button. Let's get the microphones right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending this Budget Council meeting in the City Hall Council Chamber. Please note that the meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, and I welcome members of the press and public who may be viewing this meeting remotely. As this Budget Council, a name vote will be taken on the amendments to the budget proposal and in respect of the substantive motion. Can we now move into the formal business of this meeting? Can we take the notice convening the meeting as read? Thank you. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we have apologies from Councillors Buick, Essel, Dean McKnight, McLennan, Noble, Potts, Wilson and Alderman Arnott, Forbes and Tate.
Do you have any apologies from the floor? Councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Colin Nicholson and George Smith, thank you.
Any further apologies?
Heather Fagan's just running late.
I just want to, before we go any further, I just want to remind members of the protocol of what we adhere to in this council meeting. I understand one of our members does not wish to stand when the mayor enters the room. It's not really myself that's offended, it is the mayoralty of the city that has gone on for many years that we have respected. I'm not going to go into it any further, just to say I'm bitterly disappointed that we have a member who, when first becoming a councillor, did sign up to agree to the protocols and the rules of the council. The next item is the minutes of the extraordinary meeting of the council held on the 13th of January and at the last ordinary meeting of the council held on the 26th of January 2022. Can we agree the minutes?
Point of order, please, Mayor Sunderland.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. In relation to these minutes, I'd like to make a point of order under Part 2, Article 5 of the Council's Constitution, which relates to the chairing of meetings. This part of the Constitution makes clear that the Mayor and Deputy Mayor have a responsibility to uphold and promote the purposes of the Constitution and to preside impartially over meetings of the Council. I believe this rule has been broken when at the last meeting the Deputy Mayor suggested, audibly and on record, that it might be arranged for a member of my group, and I quote, to fall down the stairs. Mayor, this goes beyond the scope of acceptable comment in this chamber. That's why it has been removed from YouTube and the Council's recording of this meeting. It is a breach of the Constitution and furthermore a clear indication that meetings of this Council have not always been presided over impartially. I'd be grateful, firstly, for my objection here to be recorded in the minutes of this meeting, if you're willing, and secondly, for the remarks directed at my colleague at the last meeting to be withdrawn and an apology made not to my colleague but to the Council. Thank you.
Yes, I believe that policy has been made, and I understand that a personal face-to-face apology was made to the Member of Council by the Deputy Mayor. We're all human, Councillor, and we do make mistakes from time to time. Thank you. Members are reminded that dispensation have been granted to all those members who have applied for them in order to deal with matters relating to the budget and setting the council tax. The declarations of interest we have received prior to the meeting are displayed at the entrance to the chamber. If anyone has anything else further to declare, can you please indicate accordingly? Yes, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a declaration relating to the Dynamic City New Start proposal, reference 1.4.1, in that is a project for which my employer provides consultancy. I've been advised that that isn't a DPI, but in the interest of transparency, I'm declaring it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Under the Liberal Democrat Group amendment to the budget, I have a allotment at High Southwick, so I'd just like to declare that.
Anyone else? Councillor at that side.
I too am an allotment holder at Hettonley Hall, so I'd like to declare an interest in that.
Is that it? No more. Can I remind members that they are requested to wear face coverings during the meeting unless medically exempt, and they should only be removed when speaking via the microphones provided. I'd like to thank those members who have given notice of their wish to speak at this meeting. Where notice has been given, the member will be invited to speak at the appropriate time. If any member who hasn't given prior notice wishes to speak at any point during the meeting, they should raise their hand to indicate and speak when invited to do so. It would also be of assistance if they could state their name. Some sad news now, members, and it is with sadness that I refer Council to the recent death of former Councillor Florence Anderson. Councillor Anderson was first elected in May 1991 for the Hetton ward and served on the council until May 2016. She served as deputy leader of the council from 2008 until 2010 and also served on Hetton Town Council Trust from 2007 until 2015. Councillor Anderson served on many council committees, the most notable being the Cabinet, the Social Services Committee, where she was Vice Chair for a number of years, and various subcommittees of the Social Services Committee, the Regeneration Review Committee, which she also chaired for a number of years, the Education Committee from 1991 to 2000 and its various subcommittees, and of course Management Committee and the Management and Industrial Subcommittee. Florence was an active ward member and served on the Coalfield Area Committee and a number of local organisations such as the Samuel Dobson Trust from 1992 to 2016, the Hetton CA Youth Organisation, Elmore CA Flats Youth Project, and she was a school governor of Hetton Primary School from 1991 to 2014 and Hettonley Hall Nursery from 2001 to 2011. Florence was also the council-appointed representative on outside bodies such as the Tyne and Weir Development Company, Sunderland Transport Advisory Committee, Tyne and Weir Racial Equality Council. She was also Tyne and Weir Fire and Civil Defence Authority as a member and the Local Government Association, ANEC. Northumbria Police Authority, Sunderland Partnership Non-Executive Board, she was also a member of that. The Newcastle International Airport LA Holding Company, and that is just to name a few. In addition to reporting the sad news about Florence Anderson, I would also like to say that I am sure all members will have the people of the Ukraine in their thoughts at this time. And I would like members to know that I will be writing to the Mayor of Kyiv to express our solidarity with the people of this nation. Leaders have never learned, colleagues. All the years that we've suffered wars, deaths, leaders and some politicians have never learnt the lesson. Will members join me in a minute's silence for our former colleague Florence Anderson, but also as a mark of respect for the lives lost in the Ukrainian conflict. Thank you, colleagues. Just before I conclude my announcements, many of you will remember just not that many weeks ago, we bestowed the great honour onto our 73 football team who won the FA Cup, and we gave them the Freedom of the City. I've had a lovely letter from Billy Hughes' widow, Linda, and this is for all members of council, all officers who were actively played a part in making that a very great night and a fabulous night for the team and their family. Dear Mayor Truman, I felt I had to put into words how grateful I am to you all at Sunderland City Council who have perfectly arranged and organised the Freedom of the City honours, the ceremony and the kind invitation to me and my family to attend. I was so happy and proud to accept this honour for Billy. I know he would have been more than proud to have been given this tremendous honour, along with his exceptional teammates. It was a poignant and a wonderful occasion to be part of a more special memories that were made. Thank you so much for your kindness. Yours sincerely, Linda Hughes. I just thought I needed to share that with you because she was very, very pleased and on the night very sad. We now move on to the report of Cabinet. I now call upon the Leader to move the approval and adoption of the report of the Cabinet.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I so move the report.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr Mayor.
Leader, if you would like to speak to the Cabinet report.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I likewise mirror your words regarding a much lost colleague in Florence Anderson, who helped me enormously when I came onto the council as a brand new councillor back in 2006, and she's sorely missed. And obviously our ongoing thoughts with the Ukrainian peoples in their times of need against a brutal gangster who's invading their country illegally. Mr Mayor, I formally move the revenue budget and capital programme for next year. As in previous years, we have worked very hard to ensure this is a positive budget which allows us to continue with our ambitious social and economic regeneration plans for the City of Sunderland, whilst ensuring we continue to protect and support those residents most in need. It continues to be an unprecedented time in our history as we recover from the most difficult period in living memory and the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. This time last year, Mr Mayor, I paid tribute to the outstanding response to the pandemic that the Council and its workforce had delivered, and a year on, I want to once again recognise the phenomenal efforts of our teams working side by side with our valued partners across all sectors to get services back on as much of a business-as-usual footing as quickly as possible. We have remained steadfast in our commitment, Mr Mayor, to maintain as our top priority the welfare and well-being of our most vulnerable residents and to deliver the highest quality support and services they need, whilst at the same time dealing with the financial and operational challenges presented by the pandemic. So we have again reviewed the City Plan, something we will do each year between now and 2030, when we are determined that our vision will be realised for Sunderland to be a connected, international city with opportunities for all. The regular review of the City Plan enables us to ensure that in a fast-moving environment, we are clear about the considerable progress being made year in, year out, and that going forward, our efforts and resources remain focused on the further initiatives that will make a measurable, positive difference to residents' lives and livelihoods. Key to this is making sure we are continuously updating our understanding of the challenges for the city and its people. And again, Mr Mayor, this is a moving picture as further impacts of the pandemic continue to emerge and will do so for some time, combining with other not insignificant social and economic conditions. As things stand, Mr Mayor, having undergone considerable hardship and challenges in all facets of life for the past 2 years, our residents are now facing a very tough year as the costs of living, energy, food and just about everything else rise and rise and rise. Unbelievably, Mr Mayor, the budgetary decisions taken by this government have left far too many people with the intolerable choice between heating or eating. Yes, the pandemic has taken a major toll on the country's finances and some welcome support was provided in the heat of the COVID crisis, but in this budget round, government spending decisions and choices between what to fund and what not to fund, who to support and who not to support, and who has to take the most pain to pay back billions wasted on inadvisable contracts, etc., simply beggar belief. So as ever, Mr Mayor, this Council is ready to grasp every opportunity presented and to carve out these opportunities to ensure our ambitious social and economic regeneration plans continue to be delivered and a strong recovery from COVID-19 is achieved at the earliest possible stage. And these are not just words, Mr Mayor, or lofty intentions. This is the reality of what's been achieved in the past year and in the 3 years before, against, as I've said, a backdrop of continuing difficult, fiercely competitive conditions. And that's code for government cuts for 12 years. I do by no means have time this evening to mention everything achieved in this past outstanding year, but the significant progress made has included, for example, the further development of the former Vaux site, now named Riverside Sunderland, and now described as the UK's most exciting regeneration site. Riverside Sunderland is an excellent example of how we're bringing the city plan to life, with the challenge set out at the start of the plan about how the city centre needs to drive the whole city's economy, with Riverside a catalyst for this major transformation. And it and the city of Sunderland's potential ambition more widely is attracting significant private sector backing, with over £100 million of investment by Legal & General in this site alone, and then a further £60 million to date in a new manufacturing hub at Hillthorne Park, next to Nissan in Washington. In terms of Riverside, when finished, it will provide 1,000 energy-efficient homes to rent and buy, to be showcased in a Future Living Expo in 2024, which is attracting global attention. A new business district with 1 million square feet of modern office space with 10,000 quality jobs in total brought to the city centre. It's already home to the Beam, the first building on the site, which now houses Ocado, Penshaw View Training and others. And we received the keys to City Hall in November, the Council's new headquarters and public sector hub, bringing our services together with Gen 2 and Department for Work and Pensions in one accessible location for our residents. And work has started on the Culture House, a new state-of-the-art city library and creative hub. In line with our clear commitment to a carbon-neutral, cleaner, greener, healthier city, there will be a stunning Riverside Park and a green boulevard in the heart of the city centre. And our linked commitment to promoting and supporting active travel will see new bridges for pedestrians and cyclists connecting communities across the river. There also will be new housing, Innovation and Construction Skills Academy, an initiative by the Council and Sunderland College. And there's a really important part of delivering the city plan as we work to ensure that the infrastructure and jobs being created translate into employment opportunities for residents, and that we have initiatives like the HICSA to help create that vital skills bridge. And finally, in the past month, it's been announced that Riverside Sunderland has been chosen as the location for the new eSports Performance and Education Campus to develop the next generation of talent in the fast-growing video gaming industry, and then plans have been unveiled for our new £80 million leisure development on the former Crowtree site. We've also had a range of other regeneration success stories, including the development of the seafront, where the jewel in the city's crown and its stunning natural assets are being increasingly complemented by new housing and a vibrant leisure offer. We've also recently opened the Sunderland Strategic Transport Corridor, linking Wessington Way via the Northern Spire Bridge into the city centre, further enhancing our physical and transport infrastructure. And we've been delighted, Mr Mayor, to welcome some big-name employers who've chosen to locate here, including the likes of Just Eat and Barclaycard. We're also leading the way in becoming one of the UK's smartest cities, making big steps forward with the introduction of next-generation digital infrastructure in Sunderland, having launched a 20-year strategic partnership with global company BAI Communications to develop and put the infrastructure in place. Mr Mayor, we know that to create opportunities of all kinds, jobs, healthier living, better housing, everything that's important for our residents, being at the forefront of developing new technologies will have a profound and positive effect on everyone's lives in the city and give a huge boost to business so that they can continue to invest, innovate, grow, thrive and create those jobs for our residents going forward. Mr Mayor, we were named the Smart City of the Year in 2020, and at the end of 2021, the City Council was named Digital Council of the Year. What set us apart from others is our underpinning philosophy that no one and no community will be left behind. We'll be seeing and experiencing the physical evidence of this progress over the next couple of years as new fibre is connected to every premise in Sunderland and 5G Wi-Fi networks are enabled, giving everybody ultra-fast connectivity anywhere in the city. And in creating our smart city, it will also give a massive boost to delivering on our zero carbon goals, building on the major project launched in July last year, which was Nissan EV360, the first of its kind anywhere in the world, creating an electric vehicle manufacturing ecosystem. We can all be very proud of the role the Council has played, facilitating the element around renewable energy in particular, and the creation of a microgrid to deliver 100% clean energy for the vehicle manufacturing process, saving 55,000 tonnes of carbon annually. So with that, Mr Mayor, I am pleased to announce that there is more in store and more in the pipeline in the year ahead, ensuring we continue our journey towards delivering the city plan vision for our residents. We will continue to invest in our city. We will continue to invest to protect the most vulnerable people in our city, and we will continue to invest in services that our residents, Mr Mayor, tell us are important to them. It is now some 12 years since this government began imposing austerity measures on local councils, with the ongoing and compound impact of those cuts, exacerbated by the pandemic, inevitably negatively affecting much-needed local services that this council provides. We are told by government that our core spending power is to rise in 2022-23, but the part that they are less vocal about and that they don't tell residents is that to achieve this, local councils need to increase their local taxes by 3%. The local government finance settlement for 2022-2023 is thankfully recognising the continued underfunding of social care with the provision of additional grant funding. This increase will help support some of the financial difficulties which we, alongside other councils, are experiencing in both children and adult social care. However, this funding increase fails to fully address these ever-mounting pressures driven not just by demand, but by the impact on the care sector of spiralling inflation. The levels of funding provided fail to make good the significant and disproportionate funding reductions we have had to bear since 2010, compounded by a demand and inflation crisis. As in previous years, the local social care precept has been used by government to shift this burden onto local taxpayers, our residents, Mr Mayor. No local authority wants to be proposing increased local taxes at any time, never mind as we recover from a global pandemic, but the government simply leaves us no choice. In addition, From April, all employers and employees will each be hit with a 1.25% rise in national insurance. Now, that's actually a 10% rise in that tax. One of the rises I mentioned earlier affecting hard-working families across the country who are being asked to take a reduction in take-home pay as inflation and the cost of living crisis peaks. This national insurance rise is to fix health and social care, but as we know, this funding is going to merely sort out the NHS crisis that was caused by underinvestment by this government over the last 12 years. Will it ever return to fix the social care crisis that councils are faced with? I've never known the NHS to return money once they've been given it. And so, with these challenges in mind, we must focus on setting a balanced budget for next year. Since 2010, we have worked hard to protect residents and communities from the impact of significant government funding cuts. I can confirm that budget savings proposed today total £5.8 million and have been very carefully considered to ensure minimal impact on our residents and our communities. Mr Mayor, it is important to note that because of the difficult decisions our council has taken in the past, coupled with our prudent financial management, we are able to rely on reserves to support next year's budget, ensuring we do our best by the city's residents at the time when they need our services the most. Without this, the government would have left us with no option but to cut services further. We will ensure that we continue to protect the most vulnerable citizens within our communities through both children's and adult service provision, with the inclusion of over £14.7 million of additional funding next year to support cost and demand pressures. And, Mr Mayor, we will invest further in the following services: the provision of ongoing additional funding to support environmental services delivery and investment in waste collection and recycling through reviewing the arrangements for replacement bins and bulky waste. Mr Mayor, I have outlined a revenue budget to ensure that excellent day-to-day services continue to be delivered in the city and our residents continue to be supported. But as I have also outlined, we are committed to delivering on our city plan and on our ambitions for Sunderland, so that the greater opportunities are created for our people. I am very pleased to say, therefore, we are proposing a capital programme of over £295 million next year, with in excess of a further £332 million of investment planning to be spent in the following 3 years. Now, that's what I call levelling up, ladies and gentlemen. We will be investing across a wide range of areas. In housing development, we will be investing through the continuation of the Housing Development and Investment Plan in the Vaux Housing Development, Northern Spire Park, and a new supported housing village at Willowfields. In regeneration schemes, we will be investing further at Riverside Sunderland, the new City Arena, the Culture House, Sunnyside, the train station, in our highways network, the port, and at the IAMP site through in Washington, to name just a few. In continuing to create our smart city, we will further embrace and build our partnership with BAI Communications, investing in smart technologies to support service delivery and to keep Sunderland firmly on the global map when it comes to the smart agenda. And in schools, we are supporting new builds and refurbishments across the city. Mr Mayor, these are just some of the headlines, and our plans also include significant investment in our training facilities, parks, and in our commitment to be one of the first net zero carbon cities. All of these investments will help grow our economy, ensuring we are a city where business wants to invest and people can enjoy fantastic opportunities and a great quality of life. However, this continued ambition and investment needs to be funded, and difficult decisions must be made to deliver a sustainable budget. As previously stated, Mr Mayor, raising council tax is not a decision we take lightly, especially in these unprecedented times. But if we don't raise council tax now, we will need to identify service reductions and not continue with the investment in the development of our city. We have therefore taken the difficult decision to raise council tax to protect what our residents need and continue with the delivery of our plan and ambition as set out in the city plan. Mr Mayor, the proposal is to raise council tax by a total of 2.99%, and this is in line with the Government's expectation through the core spending power assumptions and is within the Government set referendum limit. This includes the 1% social care precept implemented by the Government to help fund adult social care pressures. This increase represents an increase of 59 pence a week for a Band A property or 89 pence a week for the average Band D property. Although we would rather not be forced to increase our council tax, it remains the lowest in Tyne and Wear and indeed the lowest in the wider North East region, providing strong value for money for our residents. We must ensure we continue to budget and plan in a financially resilient manner, and although we must use £5.4 million of reserves next year to balance our budget, we are well placed to allow this one-off use whilst maintaining appropriate levels of reserves for 2022, 2023 and beyond. We must recognise that we cannot use reserves to prop up the revenue budget on an ongoing basis, but this current time is truly exceptional, so let us be clear. Whilst we have a balanced budget for next year, using an essential but relatively modest use of reserves, the medium-term financial plan points to an ongoing savings requirement totalling over £32 million by 2025-2026, with sustainable options must be further developed and delivered. Mr Mayor, my Cabinet colleagues will briefly present their own individual portfolios, and in the meantime I commend to Council this evening both the revenue budget and capital project programme, which will enable us to continue the investment in our city that our residents need and deserve. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak now? And of course you will have the opportunity next as I call the portfolios.
Ms Mayor, as expressed by the Leader, I'd like to express my personal thanks for expressions of solidarity with the Ukrainian people. And on a personal note, thank you for marking the passing of Florence Anderson. Florence was a truly remarkable woman and an inspiration to myself and many others, and she will certainly leave a legacy that will live on, Mr Mayor. As Deputy Leader, I endorse the budget proposals presented by the Leader of the Council. Today's budget proposals allow for the investment this city needs to meet regeneration aspirations, to protect the vulnerable and to deliver the services our residents say are important to them. Firstly, Mr Mayor, I have to commend my Cabinet colleagues, elected members and staff for their efforts over many months in producing the budget proposed here today, and for ensuring that those budget reduction proposals that are brought forward have sought to minimise the impact as far as possible. I also want to pay tribute to the continued work of the Scrutiny Coordinating Committee, who have also played an important role in the production of the 2022-23 budget proposals. The revenue budget presented allows us to protect essential, much-valued services and provide additional resources into social care, our environmental services teams, waste collection services, and also the continuation of free pest control services to our city's residents into the next year, an initiative we introduced in October 2021 for a 12-month period and has been widely welcomed by our residents. As the Leader has outlined, we continue to demonstrate our ambitions for Sunderland through our capital programme, with over £295 million next year and a further £332 million in the subsequent 3 years. There is a definite sense that the regeneration of key sites within Sunderland is gaining momentum, with our Sunderland Riverside plans being at the heart of this, including the high-level pedestrian bridge, as well as investment into the redevelopment of Sunderland Central Station, the Culture House development and the planned new City of Sunderland Arena and further regeneration of Sunnyside. Of course, it isn't just the city centre. We continue to invest in the development of the International Advanced Manufacturing Park, including significant energy infrastructure enabling works, with this scheme already levering hundreds of millions of private investment and set to create thousands of new jobs in the city. We are also providing financial assistance in the form of economic development grants. to further support inward investment and job growth across the whole of the city. I am very happy to say that we are continuing to invest in the port, which is vitally important to the city's ongoing economic regeneration and has a considerable contribution to make. This investment in its infrastructure is now attracting new business and jobs to the site. In addition to this, the budget proposals include further specific new investment within my portfolio, including investment at the Coalfield Depot, significant investment in parks and open spaces across the city, further phases of regeneration at the Elmore site, and investment in the refuse fleet. These schemes follow the successful completion and opening of the new Household Waste Recycling Centre and the new Strategic Transport Corridor Road linking the Northern Spire Bridge to the city centre, both of which have received acclaim from our residents. As a council, we are continuing to recognise the vital importance of investing in the city to help improve its resilience and encourage our self-sufficiency. I can confirm that the proposed increase in council tax is not a decision which is being taken lightly, Mr Mayor. However, the government have clearly set out over the past 12 years to shift the burden towards the council taxpayer and away from central government grant, and their funding analysis assumes all councils will raise council tax by the maximum allowable. With that, Mr Mayor, I feel that the revenue budget and capital programme represent a decent and balanced response to the continued and severe financial challenges we are facing, while supporting the pursuit of our ambitions and the vision for the city and the creation of opportunities for all of our residents. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Before dealing with any amendments, I'm going to invite you in the individual portfolios to introduce their area of work by each portfolio holder. Councillor Roundtree, I know you've just spoken, but if you wish to speak again, I can start with you. Thank you very much. Cabinet Secretary, Councillor Paul Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My turn, and before I start, can I also make reference to the passing of Florence, a dear friend I'd known for nearly 30 years. And she joined the council the year after me, in that sense. And the things I remember is what a strong-willed woman she was, that fought tooth and nail for Hetton, that she dearly loved. And I think we'll all miss her, everybody who knew her, what a wonderful woman she was. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, as Cabinet Secretary, I endorse the budget proposals presented by the Leader of the Council. As the Leader has set out, the budget planning during another unprecedented year has been quite difficult, but starting from the robust financial position that our Council has, we are able to present a budget which protects our residents, protects our services, and importantly, allows our ambitious city plan developments to continue. But let us be clear, difficult decisions have been made and will continue to be a necessity until the government recognises the damage inflicted on councils such as ours over the past 12 years. Local government remains underfunded, and the pandemic placing even more strain on our most challenging area, social care. It took a global pandemic for the government to acknowledge the social care issue through the provision of extra one-off resources to help bridge these funding gaps. But, Mr Mayor, this funding must be permanent and it must be more. The adult social care reforms announced by the government in December will place even more financial burden on councils in the future, with no clarity currently on the funding to support these additional burdens, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, against this backdrop, the revenue and capital proposals have been through a rigorous process during the months of development and through consultation, and I would like to thank Cabinet colleagues, members and officers who have worked hard to produce the budget proposed today. Through my Cabinet Secretary portfolio, I continue to provide corporate oversight of the Council's budget into the medium term. As the Leader has said, the budget proposal today presents the need to use reserves to support next year's budget. This will be a temporary measure to protect our most vulnerable residents as we look to recover from the impact of the pandemic that we've had over the last 2 years. We cannot become part of the ever-growing number of councils finding themselves in financial difficulties. We are committed to a continuous review of our services to ensure processes are streamlined and efficient in order to maximise the resources available for frontline services. But we also have a crucial development role too in supporting the aspirations of our council, the city and residents, and we have invested in these areas, indeed, to support the delivery of our city plan. The medium-term financial plan presented today is a detailed risk assessment of the cost pressures and funding assumptions in what can only be described as a very uncertain world, with growing demands on our central services, a cost of living crisis that the leader has mentioned, fuelled by inflation and the wider global uncertainties that we are now all aware of. Our cautious and prudent approach to forecasting and planning seeks to mitigate this uncertainty with our overall financial position demonstrating financial resilience in 2022-23 and beyond. But looking ahead, financial challenges still remain. The challenge to bridge the medium-term funding gap is significant and one we must move to develop a plan quickly to identify further cost savings or additional funding. As noted, the impact of this process on services can be smoothed over time through the use of our prudently accrued reserves. The Government Fair Funding Review and business rates retention changes continue to be delayed, a statement I have made annually in recent years. The introduction of a new minister and department being the latest hindrance to progressing this review. Local government continues to be only given annual settlements, with some revenue grants listed as simply one-offs, Mr Mayor. This uncertainty of government funding allocations from one year to the next makes it extremely difficult to proactively plan with confidence beyond a one-year horizon. Mr Mayor, we need this government to ensure a fair and equitable new funding system which appropriately recognises the need and the ability to raise funds locally, but we also need to put our case to government so that any new system fully protects northern cities such as ours. I continue to be extremely concerned that whilst this uncertainty exists, as I believe the government will continue to reduce national support and increasingly force councils to rely on local sources of funding, mainly through council tax, including the adult social care precept. Rather than finding a national solution to funding adult social care, the government continues to pass the buck to councils to fund it through the adult social care precept. Council taxpayers may be interested to note that the Tory government's offloading of costs for adult social care began in 2016 when they told councils to begin to issue a separate precept. Back in 2016-17, this amounted to the equivalent of £23.72 for a Band D property in this city. This Tory government tax on care has risen year on year and will stand at £187.98 as part of your council tax bill in the coming year. As for their much discussed increase in national insurance in April, the Health and Social Care Levy will be supporting the NHS in coming years. It will not be supporting this or any other council. Government must share this burden and step up. We deserve more than just words, more than just empty promises. Indeed, we need action and leadership that is sadly lacking from a government in endless paralysis. The financial resilience of local government across the whole country continues to be under strain. The funding provided by this government continues to fail the residents of this city year after year. But despite this failure by government, Mr Mayor, we are determined that Sunderland would continue to be financially sound, applying appropriate financial prudence with the careful use of reserves. We take no pleasure in proposing to raise council tax as the leader has outlined, especially in such economically challenging times, but the government simply leaves us no choice. If we don't, we will need to make cuts in essential services our residents rely on and also scale back the much-needed investment plans proposed in today's budget. Let us be absolutely clear. Although the government tries to obscure this through smoke and mirrors, their core spending power assumptions for councils are based on the fact that they will, Mr Mayor, will raise council tax this year, and for ourselves by 1.99%, with an additional 1% to further fund that Tory council tax on social care. If we didn't increase by this level, we would be in an even worse financial position. Though we wish we'd rather not increase council tax, our proposals as set out in this budget are well below the 4.29% increase planned for Tory-led Northumberland, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, our proposed council tax, forced on us by government, will still remain the lowest in the North East. The lowest in the North East, Mr Mayor. I said that last year, and I will say it again. I'll be very surprised if we get an endorsement from the opposition on that one, because they've failed to do it in the past, but it's the lowest in the North East, Mr Mayor. Indeed, Mr Mayor, I'll continue with Tory-led Northumberland. Mr Mayor, if you live in Northumberland, you will end up paying, again, if you're in a Band D property, a whopping £353.93 more in your council tax bill for the forthcoming year. Mr Mayor, I feel it is important to reiterate what the leader said, that we will continue to protect the most vulnerable residents through providing excellent social care and welfare services to mitigate against council tax through our council tax support scheme. Indeed, the most recent figures show that the scheme supports approximately 32,000 claimants in this city, ensuring the most vulnerable are protected. The budget also allows, as the Deputy Leader said, for the continuation of free pest control services in our city residents next year, an initiative introduced in October 2021 for a 12-month period and has been widely welcomed by our residents. The budget proposals also continue our significant capital investment over the next 4 years, and for my portfolio, there are plans in place to invest over £18 million on a range of schemes. This includes continuation of investment into the council's estate, including energy efficiency works, which will support the council becoming carbon neutral in 2030, as well as a smart city initiative to deliver further fibre and 5G network infrastructure, and through further investment into the council's essential ICT infrastructure and equipment. With this in mind, Mr Mayor, I believe the revenue, budget and capital programme represent the most balanced and appropriate way forward possible, given the financial position that we are facing, and therefore fully support these proposals, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we've got the portfolio holder for children, learning and skills, Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like my colleagues, I'd like to pay tribute to Florence Anderson. We worked together on the Social Services Committee during my chairmanship. She was my vice chair. But I think for me, Florence was a political force not to be reckoned with. She was very strong-willed, and she encouraged lots of people into politics, particularly during the miners' strike, when she really was a role model for many people. And I think our colleague, Councillor Juliana Herron, will pay tribute to her if she had the opportunity to, because it was people like Juliana that were brought to the barricades and were brought into politics. And several other young people that I can recall who sort of went on to sort of be quite leading figures in our party. So she has a history, and it's something we'll never forget. And tonight she would have been reminding us that she had an A-level in economics. She always mentioned that at budget meeting. Also, with my colleagues, I wish to sort of pay tribute to the people of Ukraine. Every night I watch the news with trepidation, and today I think is going to be one of the worst days for them, and it's going to get worse. So let's hope that the world can change Putin's mind. Right, despite the COVID pandemic and all the challenges that have come with it, 2021 to 22 was a year of significant progress and improvements for children's services. Together for Children went from an independent to from an inadequate to an outstanding Ofsted rating, the first ever children's service in the country to do so. We opened 2 new children's residential care settings, increased the range of preventative services to young people, and saw strong endorsement from Ofsted of our progress in meeting the needs of children with special educational needs and disabilities. With over 2,000 families in the early help or social care system at any one time, that is no small achievement. That's testament to the great work and dedication of the teams but also recognition of the wise investment decisions the Council has made have paid dividends. Inevitably, however, the increases in demand and complexity of children and families' needs caused by the pandemic have resulted in further costs to the Council. And despite our success in reducing the number of cared for children, the cost of that care from the external providers has increased. It is regrettable that the Tory government has failed to recognise this part of the social care system. Sunderland is not alone in facing this issue. It was emphasised in the submission that the North East Directors of Children's Services made to the Care Commission. Consequently, there is provision for that rising cost in the proposed budget and medium-term financial plan. But future years will undoubtedly be difficult, with the LGA estimating, for example, that children's social care in England is facing a £3 billion funding gap by 2024-25. Mr. Mayor, turning to our schools budgets, which, as our colleagues will know, are predominantly funded by the Dedicated Schools Grant, or DSG, we continue to experience pressures in relation to our high needs block funding. This again is a national issue, and in Sunderland we have yet again seen a rise in education and healthcare plan numbers during 2021-22. We have a good track record in managing this budget in conjunction with our schools forum, but as with children's social care, we need a sustainable funding solution to be implemented by government and as soon as possible. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I am pleased that today's proposed capital programme continues to support investment in our schools, in the absence of any whole-scale national funding from government. This council has decided that we cannot wait for funding that may never come, but we cannot be the default funding source when our schools need replacing. We must have a government that invests in the future of our children. Mr. Mayor, with this in mind, I would conclude by saying we will continue to manage the Children's Services budget with discipline and to the very best of our ability to support our children and families, and I commend the proposals for my portfolio.
The portfolio for Dynamic City, Councillor Kevin Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to echo my colleagues' comments regarding Florence Anderson. Although I was elected after Florence had obviously stood down, her legacy certainly lives on in the likes of Councillor Juliana Heron, who tells me plenty of stories from the time when she was a councillor. And also, my heart goes out to the people of Ukraine, and I stand here tonight in solidarity with them. Having become a father again and seeing the children in Ukraine in the intensive care unit, totally shocking scenes for what one human being can do to another set of human beings. Mr. Mayor, as already noted by the leader and colleagues, as a council we must continue with our city plan ambitions despite the recent challenges posed by the pandemic. We recognise the need to grow to enable our city to become as self-sustainable as possible, and my portfolio plays a vital part in this through our regeneration and housing activity. I'm therefore delighted that the budget proposals within my portfolio continue our significant capital investment over the next 4 years, with plans in place to invest £335 million on a range of exciting schemes. The planned investment for a new 10,000 capacity City of Sunderland Arena on the former Croatia Leisure Centre site is one of those exciting schemes. The scheme will breathe further life into the city centre and is planned to include restaurants, shops, a hotel and a new public realm. In addition, there's further planned investment in Sunnyside through the development of a new and better homes and provision for new workspaces. Both investments will support regeneration in key locations in the city centre. Investments in other projects are progressing, including, but not limited to, the development of infrastructure works to Riverside Sunderland, which includes the high-level pedestrian footbridge. And I still live in hope that Sunderland will be a Premier League football club once again, so supporters will be crossing that to see a Premier League football once again. But I still live in hope for that. We also improved housing offer through the Housing Delivery Investment Plan and sites at Vaux, Northern Spire Park and across the wider city. A new supported village with self-contained apartments, as well as plans for homeless accommodation. The Council's capital investment will support directly the delivery of over 2,000 high-quality, energy-efficient, low-carbon and affordable new homes in sustainable communities. This will stimulate significant investment from central government, Redchester providers and private sector investors and developers who are increasingly attracted by the Council's ambitious plans for the city especially its reputation for successful delivery. Rather than just bringing in people from outside of Sunderland to build these homes, we invest in local skills and our residents' futures so that we can do it ourselves, keeping our investment in the local economy as far as possible. Working in partnership with Sunderland College and others, we are to establish a new Housing Innovation and Construction Skills Academy, which will deliver education and training in both traditional construction skills and innovative new methods of constructing homes. As a council, we continue to work closely with partners and investors to deliver on our aim of making Sunderland a dynamic city, providing better employment opportunities and an improved housing offer. And as we have laid the foundations with our Housing Delivery Investment Plan, Mr Mayor, I'll be aiming for us to be the best social housing provider under a Labour-led council. That's what we will be aiming for. And Mr Mayor, with that, I'd like to commend the budget proposals for the Dynamic City portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And Mr Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to deliver the speech seated, if that's possible. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'd also like to express solidarity with the Ukrainian people and echo the comments of my colleagues. Thank you. Mr Mayor, before turning to the detail within my own portfolio budget, can we first consider the national context regarding the ongoing funding issue within adult social care and public health? The Local Government Association has stated that the current system of adult social care is unsustainable, as we now see more people with complex needs, which is leading to significant increases in costs to be met by local authorities. However, as if we needed reminding, adult social care has demonstrated its significant value throughout the pandemic over the last 2 years. We have continued to deliver excellent services through both our own care and support company and through external care providers, care services that some of our most vulnerable residents need. At this time, we are creating jobs, skills and wider benefits to the local economy, as many of these first-class services are delivered by Sunderland residents to Sunderland residents. Whilst we would welcome the recognition of the pressures facing social care and the restated commitment to reform the care system in the government's recently announced on Health and Social Care Integration White Paper, the proposals do not address the urgent need to put adult social care on a sustainable, long-term financial footing, with councils struggling to balance budgets and services severely impacted by rising costs and recruitment issues to ensure social care can best support people to live the independent, fulfilling lives they want to lead. A long-term funding solution is urgently needed in order to ensure a sustainable, high-quality and sufficient care and health workforce to meet needs now and going forward. We are pleased to see the important role councils play in joining up health and care services. It's recognised in this paper, as well as the focus on prevention and providing care and support to people in community settings. Worryingly, the additional funding provided by the government as part of this funding settlement, whilst welcomed, is woefully short. In addition, the government announced in October a further increase to the national living wage by 6.6%. While this is a welcome boost to our residents employed by the care sector, unfortunately it was not accompanied by the funding required to support this, with the costs again falling on local councils. Mr Mayor, the budget proposals outlined today for my Healthy City portfolio arise from work undertaken over many months to develop a service offer that meets assessed need in the most cost-effective way. And as outlined by the leader, additional funding has been prioritised for social care within the council's proposed revenue budget. This will support investment in services, help to meet the rising costs from demand, and address the inflationary impact of services we secure from social care providers. The COVID pandemic has clearly demonstrated the need for effective public health services and approaches to tackle the inequalities that have been clearly demonstrated and exacerbated throughout the pandemic. We will continue to deliver effective public health provision to support our residents to live healthier lives, particularly focusing on reducing inequalities. Our budget proposals also include capital investment of nearly £12 million over the next 4 years, including support for the transformation and improvement of day centre provision in the city, investment into learning disabilities out of hospital community provision and the community equipment service, as well as further investment into assistive technology to promote the independence and well-being of our residents. In addition, there will be a further investment for a disabled facilities grant, which pay for essential housing adaptations to help disabled people stay in their own homes. As outlined in this speech, the financial position moving forward remains extremely challenging, but the proposals put forward today represent a balanced response to these current circumstances. Mr. Mayor, with that, I would like to commend the budget proposals for the Healthy City portfolio. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker from the portfolio is the Vibrant City portfolio holder, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm sorry I was late this evening and I've been in and out. Just to say, it's also reminded me of Ukraine as well. My daughter had a baby a few hours ago. We've been past ourselves the last few days because of concerns about her, the size of the baby. This baby has now been born and is well. My daughter's been well looked after. Think if that were in the Ukraine, I would not like to be a grandmother there waiting under those circumstances. So again, my thoughts with those poor people and the hell they're living through. It's awful. Anyway, to move on to Vibrant City. So, Mr. Mayor, next year's budget proposals for the Vibrant City portfolio continue the work that's been developed to strengthen the cultural, sporting and events offer within our city. The portfolio is an investment into our community and our future community. And can I say, it's also about enjoying life and having fun. As a Labour group, we're committed to continue delivering that investment, whether it be directly by ourselves or supporting and inviting in a range of partners to deliver for us. I must applaud our very effective finance team who ensure that every penny is accounted for and it's monitored, the spend is monitored and any income coming in is managed absolutely very quickly and very effectively to make sure that there's no waste for that delivery for our residents. Over recent years, the number of visitors and residents engaging in our offer has shown a sustained upward trend. Bearing in mind we have had COVID, obviously there was that dip then, but we are beginning to grow again. That's had the impact on closing venues temporarily, and our event programme has had to be very flexible around that. I can't ever remember thinking that we'd be looking at remembrance services over the internet to, well, not celebrate, but to share those memories. It has made people become very creative in the way that we do our events, and I think this team in particular have stood up and managed that really well. So we've maximised things as very much as possible. In Q3 alone, we saw 45,922 visitors to the Sunderland Museum and Winter Gardens and 18,611 visitors to Arts Centre Washington. Also, during Q3, we saw 22 events delivered, including the Festival of Light, the Bid Ice Rink at Keele Square and the Cubics Festival at Harrington Country Park, which collectively attracted over 170,000 visitors. Building on our previous success, we want to grow the city's reputation as an event city, and we will continue to innovate and develop this offer, which will include digital provision, as I've already said, across a number of different platforms. I do think it'll give people more choice. These days, you don't necessarily have to go out, but you can still enjoy it. We will be announcing more new and exciting events as soon as we can, providing some much-needed entertainment, activity and fun, whilst attracting residents and visitors into the city centre and supporting our city's planned Vibrant Cities ambitions. Following the success of the tour series held last summer, new events have already been announced for 2022, which include the Tour of Britain cycle race and the British Super Series Triathlon Grand Final. So the budget allows for capital investment of over 47 million over the next four years, including the exciting Culture House development, which will create a living room in the heart of City, an attractive, welcoming 21st century library and cultural venue that's going to attract 750,000 visitors a year, will encourage community engagement and active citizenship in a family-friendly environment. This is going to be the biggest opportunity that we have as a city to bring all of our creative streams together. And having been part of a group which have visited other cities in the country to look at what's happening there, there are so many opportunities. There's the capital provision for the construction of a new visitor centre at Washington FPIT, the digitisation of local history and library collections, lighting for Christmas in the city centre and the Festival of Light. Then further investment includes improvements to Washington and Houghton libraries in the preparation for Culture House coming along, Washington Arts Centre and the Raish Carter Sports Centre, which you can see in the papers. I'm pleased to say that this council, along with partners and stakeholders, will seek to bounce back very quickly from the restrictions of the past 2 years, and we will continue on our journey to build a reputation for delivering high-profile, first-class events and a vibrant cultural offer. We will ensure Sunderland offers activities which range from arts, libraries and music through to museums and heritage, with participation in sport and physical activity, as well as lots and lots of world-class spectator events. All of this work wouldn't be possible without our dedicated staff, who aren't a huge team, to deliver day in, day out. I'd like to thank them for their commitment and dedication. So, Mr. Mayor, as has already been emphasised, the financial position for the council remains extremely challenging. However, we continue to work hard to provide our residents, businesses and visitors with a vibrant and inclusive cultural and wellness offer across the city, which also supports the city's economic growth and regeneration aspirations. With that, Mr. Mayor, I would like to commend the budget proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will deal with the amendments to the budget proposals which were moved by the leader earlier. Notice has been received of the proposed amendments and all council members have been sent a copy. I remind council that a recorded vote will be taken on each amendment and then a single vote on the substantive motion. I intend to deal with the majority opposition group's amendment first. Councillor Mullen, will you please move the proposals in your group's amendment to the revenue and capital budget by reading them out, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Dealing first with the revenue and subsequently with the capital. In terms of savings to cut special responsibility allowances, as follows: merging the Deputy Leader and Cabinet Secretary roles, establishing an environmental services portfolio and moving transport into the dynamic city brief, reducing the Leader's special responsibility allowance by £2,667, leading to an automatic reduction in the majority opposition leader special responsibility allowance, deleting the minority opposition leader special responsibility allowance, deleting the deputy cabinet member posts, reducing the scrutiny coordinating chair special responsibility allowance by £9,556, reducing the thematic scrutiny chair special responsibility allowances totalling £6,537, reducing the 5 area committee chair special responsibility allowances totalling £36,750, reduce the licensing committee chair special responsibility allowance by £5,369, reduce the planning and highways chair special responsibility allowance totalling £6,554, delete the special responsibility allowances for vice chairs of scrutiny coordinating, licensing and area committees totalling £41,846, reduce the mayoral allowance by £7,500 and the deputy mayoral allowance by £6,000, delete the adoptions panel and fostering panel special responsibility allowances, creating an overall saving of £199,294. To abolish councillors' expenses, saving £35,000, reduction in trade union facility time of £80,000, ending the council funding to the Vibe magazine of £20,000, reducing the events budget by £396,669, reducing the corporate affairs and communications budget by £400,000, redirecting part of the business and investment budget to a beautification scheme, including the £65,000 spent on Japan-America research and international travel as set out below, totalling £100,000, reallocating parts of the neighbourhood fund towards citywide priorities as set out below, totalling £539,076, reallocating part of the carbon reduction budget for a tree and wildflower planting programme as set out below, totalling £92,000, and reallocating part of the member development fund for planning training as set out below, totalling £3,000. In terms of spending, reduction in Labour's council tax increase of £1 million, introducing park and cemetery wardens at a cost of £94,596, introducing a tree-lined streets and wildflower planting programme at a cost of £92,000, establishing funding for residential areas when developments have a detrimental impact upon surrounding areas, initially to be sited at Vicarage Close for the duration of the Persimmon works, totalling £30,000, gully cleaning crew and fuel, totalling £65,000, free bin replacements when stolen to be distributed via area committees and made available to all residents, not just those in receipt of LCTS, as Labour's policy offers, £100,000, introducing training for members of planning committees and achieve agreement among political groups that this will be a requirement of committee membership, totalling £3,000, introduce 2 trolley impound enforcement officers, totalling £82,150, removing the permit charge for second and third cars in CPMS schemes citywide, £120,000, retrofitting public waste bins with smart sensors to eliminate overflowing, totalling £100,000, an asset transfer of the southern area playing fields to a trust to be established by Washington United Football Club at a cost of £5,549, expand the council's arborist team at a cost of £70,244, a beautification programme to modernise and improve the visual and aesthetic appearance of shop fronts in Sunderland City Centre, totalling £100,000, and the expansion of CCTV monitoring capacity at a total of £2,500. Then, in terms of capital, a reduction in the FPIT budget of £4.5 million, a reallocation of the open spaces and allotment improvements budget as set out below of £40,000, and to generate a capital receipt from the sale of the Roker pods, to be subsequently spent on traffic light junction at the Broadway roundabout, totalling £2 million, Albany Park regeneration of £1.2 million, a gully cleaning vehicle of £164,000, the allocation from the open spaces and allotments improvement budget for new fencing at the southern area playing fields, totalling £40,000, a trolley impound van totalling £60,000, a fund to replace everyone active equipment approaching the end of use, totalling £106,000, a CCTV network to be established around the Holiday Inn at Washington, totalling £10,000, and a citywide road resurfacing, pothole and pavement repair fund of £1 million, totalling £4.58 million.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle, do you second the motion?
I do second the amendment, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mullen, would you like to speak to the amendments?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I begin, as others have, by associating my group with the remarks made about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and to express in particular the humanity that the Ukrainians have shown towards Russian soldiers that they've captured Instead of treating them in the way that they have been treated, they have fed them and allowed them to call home. They're far better people than Vladimir Putin is. May I also pay tribute to Florence Anderson, with whom I was in contact about 10 years ago. She knew my uncle, Michael Fitzsimmons, and they together protested Leon Britton. My family historically is Labour. I'm... But there has been a deviation since, and Florence communicated with me the protests that they went on, notably against Margaret Thatcher's business secretary. And can I also thank John, Paul and Paul for the work that they have put into our alternative budget, although I must say it would be much easier if one of you was to be called Ringo from now on, because the two Pauls is complicating. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to begin by addressing 2 points from last year's budget debate which are relevant to this one. Last year, the Labour Group mocked the Conservative budget amendment for proposing to postpone the air show on the grounds that it would not go ahead because of COVID. Our suggestion was that COVID uncertainties meant that not enough planning had gone into the event to be able to deliver an air show. Labour disagreed and allocated £500,000 to it, only to then cancel it on the basis of COVID, a suggestion that they had previously derided. This year, when the Tees Valley is delivering an air show, Labour in Sunderland has cancelled ours and attributed this once again to COVID, despite the fact there are no restrictions in place, which means once again that not enough planning has gone into it in order to have it. Second, the Conservative group projected the port deficit projection and estimated a small profit instead, and we were correct in that assumption. Had Labour listened then, we could have paid for the park and cemetery wardens, the free pest control and the green bin upgrades that we had proposed last year, and still had money left over to reduce their council tax increase. So think about that. The entire Conservative amendment last year, the revenue budget that we put forward, could have been delivered had Labour not got those two things wrong. This year, our budget amendment reflects people's ambitions for safer roads and cleaner streets, whilst also wiping £1 million off the council tax bill imposed by Labour. As in previous years, we've implemented here the recommendations that we've previously set out to the Independent Remuneration Panel to cut councillors' allowances and expenses by over £200,000. Whilst we value area committees, they can often be slow and bureaucratic, taking, for example, 3 years to order and install 2 general waste bins. Therefore, our amendment fast-tracks some of our area-level priorities by allocating money directly to street cleaning, tackling antisocial behaviour and dog fouling, retrofitting bins with smart technology and tree surgery. And various members of my group will speak on these policies in more depth later on. Once again, the Conservative group is proposing a reduction in the budget for international travel. Last year, I said that if Liz Truss can negotiate a free trade agreement with Australia over Zoom, then there's no reason ministers on Zoom. Once again, Sunderland Council could follow suit. On free bin replacement for residents who have had their bin stolen, we're scrapping Labour's policy on the basis of unfairness. Labour's councillors are going around the city telling residents that they are offering everyone a free bin replacement, but the policy contained within Labour's budget is to limit the bin replacements to residents in receipt of local council tax support payments, which, when I've checked, would have helped none of the Barnes residents who have asked me about a replacement bin this year. We're also adding an extra £100,000 to this to increase the number of bins that would be available and proposing to distribute them via area committees through a community chest-style scheme, which represents around £300,000 going back to area committees under our amendment, even after our initial reduction. Another area in which Labour's policies are unfair to residents is their shopping trolley policy. At present, the Council's plan is to deal with the shopping trolley problem that particularly impacts upon Washington residents by issuing fines to the people caught abandoning them. Our policy would adopt new powers available to the Council to impound trolleys on council land and charge the supermarkets to then come and collect them. With a new impound team consisting of 2 enforcement officers, we would either eventually eliminate the problem and then repurpose the staff for example, to expand bulky waste collection provision, or if the problem persists, begin to generate an income at the expense of the supermarkets, not at the expense of residents. In the likely event that Labour votes down this amendment, the Council should move to adopt these powers and this policy outside of this meeting anyway. As well as fairness, our budget amendment is also about the Council taking responsibility. For over a year, residents of Vicarage Close have endured damage to their homes as a result of the neighbouring Persimmon development. Ignored for just as long by the Council, those residents are asking for their suffering to be recognised and for the financial costs that they have incurred to be somehow reimbursed. That's why we are proposing to establish and fund a team which would initially be based at Vicarage Close, which will offer free cleaning services to all residents in the area for as long as the Persimmon development is ongoing. Likewise, residents living near the Holiday Inn in Washington have suffered horrendous antisocial behaviour, disorder, and have had to witness drug taking, adults having sex on a children's play park, and fighting on their streets. The Council's response to this has been directly and openly contradicted by local police. Following the revelation that the Council has had to pay the hotel for the cost of soiled beds, stolen property, and trashed rooms, we are proposing to establish a CCTV network around the hotel so that residents affected by the increase in crime in the area feel like their concerns are being listened to and that we believe them. The Everyone Active gyms across the city have required financial support from the Council as a result of their closure during the pandemic and the subsequent regulated way in which they opened up. But if these gyms are to stand on their own 2 feet in future, they need to be able to make a sustained profit. But the potential to do that is threatened by the poor state of some of the equipment that they have. In recent months, various pieces of equipment within the Silksworth branch in particular have snapped while people have been using them and have been left unusable for months at a time. In particular, the spray bottles introduced during the pandemic to stop the spread of COVID have had the effect of eroding the metals and causing rust, thereby weakening the structures that people rely on to be able to take their weight. I've raised this in Scrutiny Coordinating Committee from an economic and HR perspective, and with SLM directly from an health and safety perspective. If these gyms get a reputation for damaged equipment, then customers will look elsewhere, and personal trainers who rent floor space from them will also question whether their association with the gyms is damaging to their own professional reputation, both of which will result in a material loss of income and long-standing reputational damage for Everyone Active's brand. Our solution is to provide a capital grant far beyond what is allocated for at present, so that equipment reaching end of life can be replaced and this situation can be avoided. Selfishly turning now to proposals which affect my own ward, the roundabout at the Broadway, which is split between Barnes, Pallion and St Anne's, but also has a direct impact upon the Sand Hill ward, is increasingly dangerous. It's overwhelmed by traffic. The road layouts on Springwell Road and now the Broadway are confusing and inappropriate, and it remains hazardous for pedestrians to cross, particularly from the Shell garage and the primary school over to the co-op. The proposals to build an ASDA on this site, which the 3 Conservative councillors for Barnes oppose, would only further overwhelm the existing road network, cause more collisions and make it more difficult still for pedestrians to cross. Whether now, through this budget amendment or in future, there is a need to replace this roundabout with a traffic light junction. And so we're stating publicly now, before it takes a major accident, to force others to recognise that this is the case. Thank you. Related to this is our proposal to increase the amount spent on road repairs by £1 million. To put that into context, that would be an extra £40,000 per ward and would have doubled the amount that West Area councillors have recently had to assign to road resurfacing and improvements in our wards. Second, the Conservative group is eliminating the cost of parking permits for CPMS areas. We do not believe that it's right that residents are made to pay to park in their own streets or otherwise be overwhelmed by parking from outside of the area caused by external factors beyond their control. Overall, this amendment allows residents to keep more of their own money, with £1 million off council tax, parking permit charges scrapped, free bin replacements for all residents, stopping residents having to pay when council-backed developments damage their property, and scrapping punitive fines for Washington's shopping trolley users. The leader said that the council is ready to grasp every opportunity to help working people, but he hasn't grasped any of these. It's balanced, fair and responsible. It puts people before politics, and it's a preview of what a Conservative-led council would deliver after Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
I do, Mr Mayor. Thank you. And I'd be grateful first if you could ensure that the fact that I'm a local authority linked governor at Fulwood Junior School is also recorded as a further declaration of interest. I did not mention that under item 4, so apologies for that. Councillor Mullen has just set out some of the many ways in which the Conservative Group budget amendment delivers on residents' priorities. And I'm sure that eagle-eyed colleagues will have noticed there are several more subtle allocations in this amendment that are designed to improve the way this council operates and make the City of Sunderland a more vibrant and dynamic place in which to live. The redirection of a portion of the business and investment budget, including £65,000 from the international travel allocation to a beautification scheme, is an attempt to bring some cohesion to the regeneration of our city centre. I have raised in Scrutiny Coordinating Committee my concerns around the piecemeal approach thus far to this regeneration, that there is no overarching strategic vision tying together Sunnyside, Keele Square, Riverside, Sunderland, Homeside, Market Square, etc., risks hollowing out the areas in between. And we have seen through neglect and, frankly, very poor public realm developments that High Street West, for example, has become a place that repels footfall. High Street West is not a bright, bustling high street in the traditional sense, where one can sit and watch the world go by, surrounded by greenery and well-maintained, attractive shopfronts. It is instead, I'm afraid to say, a no-man's land that people use to get from one end of the city centre to the other. So, in allocating money to a beautification scheme, we are seeking to complement the work already being done by the Business Improvement District team. We want to see a sense of identity restored to these left-behind places using targeted public realm interventions like planters and hanging baskets, as well as aesthetic improvements to empty and derelict units. And research very clearly shows a causal link between a sense of place and its appearance, footfall and investment. So to us and many of the residents we represent, this seems like a no-brainer. Make no mistake, this is a modest starting point, but Mr Mayor, I think it is a clear statement of intent from the Conservative Group that should we come to power in Sunderland, one of our key objectives will be making sure the entirety of our city centre is regenerated. Another subtle reallocation, though I suspect it is one Councillor Michael Butler has already spotted, relates to training for members of the Planning and Highways committees. It has concerned me for some time, as I'm sure it has him, that the planning committees of this council seem to have forgotten the policy framework and legal authorities by which they are bound. Planning committees take important and consequential decisions on a regular basis. But those decisions are not to be influenced solely by the whim, emotions or bare opinions of members. Rather, they are to be guided by Sunderland's adopted core strategy and development plan, supplementary planning documents, the National Planning Policy Framework, statute and case law. And the decisions we take are subject to detailed scrutiny. Unsuccessful applicants have the right of appeal to the Secretary of State, while disgruntled third parties may apply for judicial review. Clearly, therefore, there are potentially significant implications for the Council as local planning authority in terms of both cost and reputation if we get things wrong. This reallocation will, I hope, save the Council money in the medium to long term. During my time as a member of the Development Control North Subcommittee and latterly Planning and Highways East Committee, I've encountered members who are unable to cite a sound basis for their decisions. Members have, in the past, talked about the number of conditions attached to an application as reason enough to oppose it. Others have allowed considerations non-material to the planning process to influence their questions. But, Mr Mayor, the main reason we have included this reallocation in our amendment is an argument made by several planning colleagues over recent months that they are not sufficiently knowledgeable of the planning system to be able to give sound reasons in the event an officer's recommendation is refused. It is clear to me that members both want and need additional training so that, going forward, planning decisions can be robust, defensible and in the wider public interest. And in closing, Mr Mayor, I would say this. The Conservative amendment was written in close consultation with Conservative group councillors and the residents we represent. It retains more money in the pockets of taxpayers. It cuts down on gratuitous council waste. It proposes interventions in the areas we know matter most to local people. It has innovation and progress at its heart. But it also demonstrates the profound intent of this Conservative group to implement a prudent yet radical set of reforms when the time comes. And I'm sure, Mr Mayor, that the wait is almost over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've been advised that the following councillors wish to speak on the amendment. Councillors Reid, Donaghy, Mann, Ali, Peacock, Dixon, Johnson, McKeith and Wood, and I intend to take them in that order. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment?
Councillor, could you say your name, please?
Councillor Hodson. Councillor Williams. Councillor McKnight. Councillor Ty. Councillor Juliana Hurren. I think that's it. Right then. We'll start with Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This Conservative budget amendment has one very simple overriding aim: to get the basics right. Parks, bins and roads, paths, drains and trees all fall into what can be described as bread and butter issues that affect every single resident of Sunderland, from Fulwell to Hetton. The proposals, I suppose they'll affect people of Fulwell as well. The proposals put forward in the amendment seek to take funding tied up by this council in large, geographically specific projects and redistribute it to more general improvements in services across all wards. The additional investment in gully cleaning services, expansion of the arborist team and the new smart sensors for public bins are intended to make this council more efficient in how it maintains the quality and the visual impact of our streets. Overgrown hedges, flooded drains and overflowing bins are a too common sight that this council must seek to resolve going forward, not, as seems to be the case currently, resign itself to mediocrity and hopelessness. In our amendment, there is one point that I, as Shadow Environment and Transport holder, am most happy to be bringing forward, that being the £1 million citywide road resurfacing, pothole and pavement repair fund, a large investment into our roads that can be achieved and funded while still taking £1 million of Labour's council tax rise. These proposals are the epitome of why I and many of my opposition colleagues are here, because too often we have seen the basics done wrong in Sunderland, fall through the cracks of inefficiency and mismanagement by Sunderland Labour. That is why I believe so many residents in so many parts of the city are turning away from the old and embracing the new. On our proposals of additional investment into our roads and paths taken from the FPIT, we give Labour a clear choice. Would they rather memorialise holes in the ground or fill them in? Mr Mayor, we know what the answer to that is, and the ruling Labour Party should know. Every opposition council will make sure all of our residents know what their choice was as well.
Councillor Donaghy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the heart of the Conservative budget for Washington, we have one theme that I'm sure we can all agree on, and that is tackling ASB and improving youth provisions. Each of the items in our budget form part of a wider plan. We have looked closely at several issues across Washington. We have spoken with children from the age of 8 to 18 and asked them what they want to see, and this has formed the basis of our budget. The Trolley and Pound team, the Council's current plan to deal with the shop and trolley problems that affect Washington residents, has been to put up signs threatening fines for the people caught abandoning trolleys. To date, I have not seen or heard of a single person who has received a fine. In Oxclose and Albany, the problem has actually gotten worse since these signs have gone up. Using government legislation to pass the cost of collecting these trolleys, the council can impound them on council land and charge the supermarkets to come and collect them. The problem we have with the current system is companies like Trolleywise and Collex, who do a very good job, by the way. Not all supermarkets and stores are signed up to this scheme. This means that trolleys are left abandoned, used as makeshift fire pits by kids who are setting fires across Washington. They get rolled down the streets and damage cars. They are left blocking footpaths and causing eyesore across Washington. With a new dedicated impound team targeting key areas, we could eventually, hopefully, eliminate the problem along the way and hopefully generate some income at the expense of supermarkets, which can be redirected into youth projects in Washington. On the £1.2 million regeneration of Albany Park, I believe if we give our children parks to be proud of, they will embrace them as their own and look after them. The £4 million for F-Pit Museum, in the words of residents, is a waste of money. While residents say they embrace local heritage and history, spending £4 million on a pit wheel and visitor centre is not viable and certainly does not represent value for money when you've got Beamish Museum 15 minutes up the road. We will regenerate Albany Park, providing youth provisions, including a graffiti wall, outdoor fitness equipment and disabled access play equipment. The CCTV at the Holiday Inn. While I welcome the Labour Group's CCTV plan for Washington, residents have been asking for CCTV around the Holiday Inn at Ayton for almost 2 years due to the increased ASB at the hands of criminals housed at the Holiday Inn by this council. A recent Freedom of Information request by the Washington South candidate Peter Noble has revealed 333 incidents around the area from July 2021 to January 22. With parks and schools close to the Holiday Inn, we must ensure this site is included to provide peace of mind to the residents and insist the police in gathering evidence. The use of a 5G CCTV camera system will not require a dedicated team to monitor them. The police and any other body who wishes to collect footage can simply come along and download the evidence and download the footage. This can be deployed as a deterrent in problem areas across Washington and Sunderland and can be moved relatively easily. The transfer of the Southern Area playing fields to Washington United FC Sports Trust. Washington United have a comprehensive plan privately funded to develop the Southern Area playing fields into a multi-sport site. This includes the formation of a Washington Sports Trust. With this development, we will see an increase in youth provisions for all of Washington, providing the home for grassroots sports, running clubs, athletics, football and community events. With a dedicated clubhouse to be used as a youth centre, free youth activities during the school holidays, and any profits reinvested into the sites and the sports clubs to develop grassroots, providing funded places for children who would not normally be able to afford or join these clubs. The littering on the field issue, which has been addressed by residents, will be addressed by a dedicated caretaker on site. The parking issues will also be addressed by a larger car park being built on the site. I was amazed when I met representatives from Washington United last year in the vision and the passion for this project. What amazes me is this Labour Council is seeing the plans and they've let them go. I'd have snapped their hands off a long time ago. With one Labour councillor in this room now even spreading misinformation about this project when Washington United posted an update on their plans on their website. We believe this investment with the trust put in the area is a compelling case for the transfer. This Conservative group and candidates, many of whom are sat over there in the public area today, are the only group who will put Washington first. We won't hide behind any excuses. The residents know and are not fooled with the blame games. Washington has been neglected for many, many years, regardless of who the government of the day is. The only constant factor in failure in Washington is this Labour-run council. We will tackle the root of all ASB issues in our wards and make Washington great again. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mann.
Thanks very much. Mr Mayor, I'll speak briefly to the amendment about replacement bins and the condition of our roads, as these major issues are ones that come to my attention daily as a ward councillor and affect our residents dramatically. The current cost of a replacement bin is £25. This is a large sum of money for residents to pay, especially when they are in receipt of benefits, and live in an already deprived area where bins are frequently stolen and set on fire. This happens in my ward of St Anne's all too frequently, resulting in bins being dragged into our parks, which causes danger and disturbance, attracting even more antisocial behaviour and wasting the valuable resources of our fire and police services. It's another matter, of course, Mr Mayor, to tackle the perpetrators, but it is hard for residents to see their bin on fire in a back lane and then have to pay for the replacement when it is through no fault of their own. We do, of course, encourage our residents to secure their bin after collection, but this is not always possible, and the problem persists across the city. However, I'm recently seeing Labour Party campaign material being delivered across our city with the promise of free replacement bins, full stop. However, Mr Mayor, what the leaflets do not advise is that free doesn't mean free at all. It does have a certain caveat attached. So with more Labour smoke and mirrors, it really means free to those residents in receipt of council tax support, and the bins will be paid for from council reserves. Well, that's okay if some people will get them, but is that particularly fair to the residents of our city? It's not their fault, after all, and if it's coming from council reserves, who's paying into the council reserves? This is misleading to the public at best, if not an outright lie on campaign material. So shouldn't the councillors who have this half-truth on their leaflets be apologising to the electorate and explaining the real situation? However, what the Conservative amendment proposes is a sensible alternative, Mr Mayor, with a saving on revenue and an equal spend of £100,000. The amendment would see free replacement bins distributed via area committees and made available to all residents, not just those in receipt of local council tax support, which is the offer of Labour's policy. Our policy would increase the number of bins available by a third to 12,000, with 480 distributed to each ward to be allocated in a similar way to the community chest. Replacement bins would be allocated to residents via application to ward councillors and through area officers. This policy would increase the number of obtainable bins, make the system available to all residents and create a method of regulation at a community level. Mr Mayor, moving on to highways, I will once again attempt to be brief, where I could probably speak all evening on the current condition of our roads, including resurfacing, road markings, potholes and pavements. I spend a large part of my time discussing these issues with residents and making reports, as do my group colleagues. To give credit where it's due, the report system has recently improved dramatically, and issues are generally addressed reasonably quickly by officers and staff, so we appreciate that. However, whilst bearing in mind that this is a city-wide and national problem, we clearly need more funding into our Sunderland highways. And now this is the part where the Labour members in Cabinet all start shouting austerity at me. And if I had £100 for every time I've heard that word thrown across the chamber in the last 3 years, I probably could have fixed half of the potholes in St Anne's. I'm tired, Mr Mayor, I'm tired of asking for jobs to be done only to be told there are insufficient funds. I'm tired of asking how much something will cost and not being given a proper estimate or breakdown. And I'm tired of literally trying to spread out the tarmac of the paltry sum that is fed into wards for repairs. The last year it was £45,000 a ward. It's not very much when you're trying to resurface and fill potholes. Our policy would make a capital saving in the FPIT budget that isn't really open very often, the last I knew, in order to allocate £1 million to a citywide road resurfacing, pothole and pavement repair fund. Whilst I am no highways engineer, it makes sense to me to invest in properly done repairs and resurfacing instead of wasting funds on pothole infills that do not last and make our roads look like patchwork quilts. The amendment would bring more funds to an area where it is desperately needed and would save money in the long run instead of sticking a band-aid on the problem. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a balanced, prudent budget amendment which delivers on people's priorities rather than on Labour councillors' pet projects. It puts residents' safety and the visual appearance of our city centre and neighbourhoods first. The proposals set out here are a direct response to the concerns that residents raise with us as ward councillors. This is why we are focusing on making roads safer, streets cleaner and leaving people with more money in their own pockets than Labour plans to. Whilst Labour has tried to deceive people about its own policies, notably its free bin replacement policy, we are proud to show the people the full details of what we're offering. What I want to focus on is a solution to an issue many of my residents have raised with me, the danger of weak and broken trees. It is because of this concern that we are proposing to expanding the council's tree surgery team. My ward, like many across the city, has trees and shrubs which are overgrown. There are also trees which residents have long had concerns about, which have looked weak and like they were going to fall. These concerns were ignored by Labour. It took Storm Arwen and subsequent storms for Labour to pay attention. And whilst Conservative councillors were out on the streets reporting damage, cutting up fallen trees and moving broken branches, Labour councillors were in here, in City Hall, talking about their manifesto ideas. Only two of them had the sense to realise how tone deaf it appeared to be showing off about...
Just one moment. Councillor Ty, point of order.
Point of personal explanation. I was not in this building. I was out there. There's plenty of photographs to show it, both on social media and in newsletters. Please retract that.
Can I finish? Because I should have been allowed to finish, Mayor. No, well, you should have allowed me to finish, and then that was wrong.
No,
okay.
A point of order.
I'll finish, and then anybody who wants to speak can speak. It appeared to be showing off about being in the new City Hall as residents coped with the damage to their homes and their cars. Only after the damage was done did Labour pose alongside a new team of apprentice tree surgeons, but that was too little too late. It is simply not enough to deliver on what our residents want, so I strongly support the proposals here to appoint 2 new tree surgeons, and I'm very appalled at the way that every time I speak, my Labour councillors over there want to always pick on me. I mean, it's not my fault Labour doesn't work. It's not my fault Labour doesn't work. Thank you very much. Stay classy, Labour. Stay classy. Stay classy.
I think we need to remember, councillors, that the Mayor chairing this meeting does understand the Constitution. And when a member raises a point of order, that member has the right to have that point heard straight away. And I apologise for interrupting you, but you then continue, so you need to know that. Not a problem.
Can I say something, Mayor, or not, just on that?
Yeah, of course you can. Point of order.
You need to quote the point of order. I was interrupted in mid-speech.
You need to stand up when you speak.
No problem, I'll stand up even though I was interrupted rudely. You have to quote the point of order, that's all I'm saying. I respect what you're saying, Mayor, and I'm just pointing that it's not nice as a new councillor to be stood here and be interrupted mid-speech. That's all I'm pointing out. Thank you very much. Stay classy, Labour, stay classy.
Councillor Peacock.
Thank you, Mayor. Follow that. Mr Mayor, the budget amendment presented by our Sunderland Conservative group has been well thought out, taking into consideration the issues that residents of our city tell us they really want to see addressed. One particular area I'm pleased to see included in our city centre, is our city centre. I'm sure every member sitting in this room can relate to the concerns shared by residents from all wards that the city centre is like a ghost town at times, with empty units where once stood flourishing businesses. Drab, lifeless, dirty and uninspiring are the terms I often hear from residents, family and friends when we talk about recent visits to what was once an exciting and bustling city centre. Whether it was a visit to Bins or Joplings, the luxury department stores, clothes shopping in C&A or British Home Stores, some sports gear from Ty McGurk's, or even a trendy pair of denims from Geordie Jeans, a visit to the town was always something to look forward to. However, these days, venturing into this lifeless shopping centre is more of a chore than something to look forward to. And Mr Mayor, residents are concerned that our city centre is dying. They don't want to be forced to board the metro to Newcastle for a shopping experience. But more and more often, that is the choice Sunderland residents are making, because they don't want to walk around a boring, empty shopping precinct with more litter than fellow shoppers. So how do we fix this problem? How do we attract businesses back to our high street? How do we improve the shopping experience for the people of Sunderland? Well, I think we can all agree that there's been some good work done in sporadic areas. Keele Square, Mackie's Corner, West Sunnyside are all on the right lines. Visiting these areas certainly is more pleasant, and we can see the potential this makeover has to attract visitors, shoppers, and indeed businesses back to the city centre. But they feel a bit isolated. There's no cohesion, as my colleague mentioned earlier on, Councillor Doyle. Indeed, walking from Keele Square to Mackie's Corner often feels like running the gauntlet between pigeons and cast-aside food wrappers, all while staring heavily at shuttered shop fronts which are reminiscent of scenes from The Walking Dead. So, our group's budget amendment includes provision for the beautification programme to modernise and improve the visual and aesthetic appearance of shop fronts in Sunderland city centre. We intend that this money will be used to complement and enhance the work of the Sunderland bid, providing that the link between focus points and encouraging the all-important footfall for retail outlets. This in turn should build confidence for future businesses to come to Sunderland, occupying those empty units and offering once again a greater experience for our shoppers. However, this budget amendment is not just about the city centre, Mr Mayor. We've also heard complaints, received distress calls for support from residents whose homes have become sullied by the work of large developments on their own doorsteps. Whether that be the residents of Pennywell in our ward, living with an almost constant layer of mud, mortar and aggregate spread by vehicles accessing and leaving the Chestergate development, or the long-term suffering of residents of Vicarage Close, who've seen dirt and debris from the nearby Persimmon Homes site cover their cars, windows and washing lines since the start of the development. There have also been more serious cases of residents being hospitalised because of the impact it's had on their physical health, and the homes of residents in Vicarage Close, closest to the development, have literally shaken as nearby drilling took place. I believe it's unreasonable to expect our city's residents to simply live with it, Mr Mayor, when developers fail to contain or control dirt and debris from their building sites. And while we encourage developers to work harder to meet their obligations in this matter, our group believes residents should also receive support from this council where possible. And so we've included in our budget amendment the facility to establish funding for residential areas when developments have a detrimental impact upon surrounding areas, initially cited at the Vicarage Close area for the duration of the Persimmon works. This will take the form of an expanded street scene service which would wash residents' windows and cars, clean their streets and assess the damage to other parts of their properties. I hope that this funding will bring some relief to the long-suffering residents of Vicarage Close, many of whom have despaired...
Mr Mayor, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor.
You've got to sit down.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
My point of order, Mr Mayor, is my...
It's your own rules.
Be quiet, please, Councillor O'Brien. Please, be quiet. Mr Mayor, both my wife and I live in Vicarage Close. We have suffered no ill effects whatsoever with the building of the new estate above us. I fought against that building going ahead in the planning committee, but was defeated by the members sitting over there voting for it. That's what happened. The members over there voting for it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Continue, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I hope that this funding will bring some relief to those long-suffering residents of Vicarage Close who were affected, many of whom have despaired at the lack of support, feeling that their calls for help have simply been ignored. As a group, Sunderland Conservatives have listened to the residents that have suffered, and worked hard to come up with a solution that gives these residents reassurance that as a council we are here for them. Mr Mayor, I believe both of these revenue suggestions are worthwhile inclusions to our budget amendment, demonstrating that we have listened to the concerns of our residents and acted appropriately to provide solutions that will improve facilities, amenities and neighbourhoods across the city. I will, of course, be supporting this amendment and ask that, for the benefit of our residents, all colleagues will support it too. Thank you.
Before I move on to the next speaker, can I remind members of the decision that was taken by this council that we would be finishing these meetings at 7 o'clock. If we add up and everyone takes 5 minutes, the speakers that remain will take us to around about 6:40, and we would still be on the amendments, and there are still the Liberal Democrats amendments to the revenue capital. So just to remind you, so we'll continue with Councillor Dixon.
You put a bit of pressure on me there, Mr Mayor. I'd like to spend just a second, with your permission, to say a few words about Florence Anderson. Florence was my first scrutiny chair, and she was quite a fearsome character. Officers were, well, I don't think they look forward to being cross-examined by Florence, and she taught me one thing: the impartiality of scrutiny, and also she had absolutely no time for any member, whether it was Labour or Conservative in those days. The Liberals hadn't joined us. To any scrutiny member who did not ask questions. She was very, very intolerant of that. A great champion of scrutiny. And if I may associate myself with the remarks on the Ukraine, the first city I visited outside the United Kingdom many years ago was actually Kiev. So I've kept an eye open for their history. These people have suffered enormously since the 1930s, if you want to go and look at your history up to the present day until we're speaking now. And I would just like to say we should occasionally just reflect how fortunate we are to live in Sunderland and to live in this country. So our thoughts are with them tonight. Yeah, I'm just talking very briefly, Mayor, on the retrofit of public waste bins with smart sensors to eliminate overflowing. People's habits have changed since the COVID. More people are walking in the streets, in the parks, on the beaches, and this is putting a lot of stress on our workers. So we basically are looking at trying to introduce a policy of retrofit existing bins. There's no new bins installed. It's to monitor the waste levels in the bins we have, and to have a data-driven approach to emptying them, freeing up staff time and also ensuring that a bin does not overflow. The money is to purchase the sensors, set up the digital infrastructure required to connect and monitor them, and install them in bins already around the city. So we're looking here to try our very hardest to look after the residents of the city and to make the working life of the people who work for us, the officers, easier. We're going to free up staff, so there's going to be fewer journeys. So that will mean that reduce the number of vehicles on the road, which should drive down carbon emissions. Full bins are going to be emptied immediately rather than waiting a few days when they're on a rota. And bins that are underused are going to be relocated with liaison between council officers and ward councillors. So it's a win-win situation as far as I'm concerned, and I would be very disappointed if you oppose this. We're trying our hardest to look after the residents and, as I say, also make the working life of our valued officers easier. As far as the council's looking at this, I gather you did look at it and there was some plans to trial some, but this was discussed in April 2021, so our policy would be to accelerate the rollout to just 2,000 bins. So tonight we are advocating an acceleration of that with this initiative. Looking at the issues that Councillor Doyle raised about the planning and the extra money to go into that for training, Councillor Truman, the Mayor, and I were on a working group many years ago when we were looking at training for licensing, for planning, for general conduct, for legal, and things I think moved after that. The Mayor chaired it. But I still think we're letting our officers down, and I do believe that we can do more to support them by attending these training sessions, especially through the planning. Planning is very, very complicated. I've been on it for a long time, and I do honestly think that what we should do is make an agreed council policy that members are expected to attend the training to become planning committee members, and that's to be enforced by group leaders. And the point's been raised about money that is wasted on appeals. And I think it's up to members from all parties to support the officers when they arrange these training sessions. And this is one of the reasons that we're including it on our amendment. I'd like to finish, Mr. Mayor, by saying that over many years I've seen Conservative group produce budget amendments. I think this is the best that I have seen, and I'd like to pay tribute to my two leaders here, Councillor Mullen and Councillor Doyle, and also to the officers in the council who've assisted them with this. I do hope you look at our budget seriously. It's got some absolutely brilliant ideas, and I would commend it to the council.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I first put on record my support and admiration for the people of Ukraine, who are showing incredible resolve and bravery in the face of extreme adversity, and my condemnation for President Putin, President Lukashenko and their allies for their involvement in this abhorrent imperialist campaign. I'm speaking today in support of our wonderful budget amendment, which delivers for my residents in St Peters, but also Sunderland, Washington, Houghton and Hetton as a whole. My colleagues have already spoken about the wide range of excellent initiatives featured in this amendment, and I'll be continuing in that vein by highlighting our proposals on the Vibe magazine, Roker Pods and Arbor Team expansion. The Council's advertising in the Vibe magazine is a complete and utter waste of taxpayers' money. We need to promote our city and what's happening here to residents so that they know what their money is going towards, but also to people from further afield who we need to attract for business and tourism, especially along the seafront, which I represent. Does spending £20,000 a year on Vibe advertisements really represent the best way of doing this? I would suspect not. The money would be far better used, and it would be far more cost-effective if the Council was to develop a comprehensive digital media strategy that utilises social media sites and other digital platforms to reach more people in a wider range of locations at a much smaller cost. Moreover, the savings on paper that we would have from this would contribute to our city's goal to be as sustainable as possible. Moving on now to the sale of the Roker Pods, I appreciate there isn't an awful deal of detail about this proposal, and I'd like to provide some context as a relevant ward councillor for Roker. The pods are a prominent symbol of this council's record of wasteful and inefficient spending in our city, with a Freedom of Information request submitted many years ago by Councillor Crosby, revealing that they cost an extortionate £333,396. They've been here for 9 years now and have been utilised sparingly for the public's benefit. I'm not confident of coming close to recouping the money wasted by the council on this scheme, but whatever income we do generate will be reinvested into material improvements to St Peters, which we'll further detail in our soon-to-be-released election manifesto. Finally, I would like to talk about our proposals to expand the city's Arbor Team. I would like to pay tribute to the existing team who worked diligently and effectively to tackle the cases raised with them by myself and other members of this council. It is appreciated greatly. However, we've seen that this team is chronically overworked, with recent storms only serving to bring this issue into sharper focus. That's true for residents of my ward who have seen the hedges on the edge of Roker Park become overgrown, residents in Hartington Street who saw the shrubs that man the traffic calming measures become overgrown and delayed several times. By increasing the size of this team, we'll be able to get more done more quickly and relieve some of the stress on the existing staff. For these reasons and many others, I urge you to vote for our amendment. Thank you.
Councillor McKeith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Looking at our amendment, I'd firstly like to turn to our revenue budget spending. We're looking to introduce Part and 70 wardens. Looking at firstly from the view of my residents, this would have a huge impact on areas such as Roker Park and the surrounding area. This will hopefully reduce antisocial behaviour, and this proposal, when put forward to our local police sergeant, she saw as a huge benefit in deterring those that look to cause mischief. And I know that similar benefits will be seen across the city by other councillors and police forces. Moving on, I'll briefly look at our proposal to introduce more funding to tree-lined streets and wildflower planting. This will both help improve the local area's image, but will also be in line with our carbon reduction target. The expansion of the wildflower planting has been widely popular in the North area, and an example of this is in the churchyard of St Peter's, which I'd advise all to attend. So can I just also ask the leader to clarify the budget item on the regeneration of the Roker Park Lodge, as we've been told by officers that due to the neglect of the Roker bandstand, there will be a huge amount of money aligned to correct this, and that the plan to create a cafe within the lodge, which was included within the initial plans, will no longer take effect. So I'd just like to say the following, Mr Mayor. I thank the leader and his cabinet for laying out the council's budget this year, but I'd just like to say that thankfully they won't have the job of doing it again, as I'm sure the 4 rows on this side of the chamber will happily take the task on next year. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wood.
Mr Mayor, could I make it clear to members of the Council that I too would like to be associated with the remarks that have been made by members of both sides of the chamber about Florence Anderson, firstly. She was a formidable lady, and I mean it in the best possible sense, that if you knew Florence Anderson, it was very difficult to forget her. I'd also like to be associated with the remarks made about Ukraine. And I'd like to speak rather more generally, Mr Mayor, about the motion than some of my colleagues have done so far. In his opening remarks, the leader of the Council attacked certain government budgetary decisions. And his allegation was that they contributed to heating and eating choice problems that some residents may have. But won't an increase in council tax, Councillor Miller, by the maximum possible amount compound any such problems? You went on to wax lyrical about city developments, the Riverside, for example, Highamp, without acknowledging the support, the contribution of both the government and the local enterprise partnership to such developments. You had the grace later on to acknowledge that with the capital investment taking place, levelling up is indeed taking place in the city. And we should remember that, Councillor Miller. Now, every year at about this time, Labour seeks to increase council tax by as much as it can, and this year is no exception. The only thing restricting them to a 2.99% increase is legislation, the law, which requires a referendum if a proposed increase of more than 3% is to be made. And Councillor Miller and his Labour colleagues are not prepared to argue that case because they know they would lose such a referendum in the city. In our view, there is no need for council tax to increase this year by 2.99%. And we're currently debating an amendment which, if agreed, would keep the increase to nearer 2%. It is, as has already been said, a serious, carefully thought out amendment which shows that we don't need to increase council tax by the amount proposed by Labour. It hasn't just been dreamt up overnight by Councillor Mullen and Councillor Doyle. Indeed, hopefully, Mr Mayor, they have sweeter dreams. But it has been discussed, as has been made clear, with John Ritchie and his team and we know it's a budget that will work. Where possible, money is much better left in the pockets of the people of the city rather than filched by Labour politicians who currently run that city. Though, again, the question has already been asked this evening, for how much longer, Mr Mayor? £200,000 can be saved by reducing council allowances. We've long argued on this side that we should abolish the deputy cabinet member posts. They're so vital, that we discovered during the year, Mr Mayor, they can't even be filled, all of them. It has been suggested that some allowances are being paid for panels that don't meet, and I think that's something which needs investigating, Mr Mayor. We have long opposed spending on the unnecessary trade union... we've long argued that the council spending on the trade union facilities of the amount that is in the budget is unnecessary. Trade union members should pay, not council taxpayers, is our view. The large events and corporate affairs and communications budgets are certainly larger than they need to be, hence the proposals within the amendment. But our alternative budget is not just a question of reducing spending to keep council tax down. It is perfectly possible to keep council tax down and to redirect spending to different priorities, so making improvements in certain areas. Councillor Millen has dealt with reallocating the neighbourhood fund and the carbon reduction budget, and indeed the member development spending as well. We can lower the council tax increase and have parks and cemetery wardens. We can spend more on tree-lined streets and planting wildflowers. We can have more staff to help clear out gullies, a common complaint from residents, Mr Mayor. We can have the free replacement of stolen refuse bins and expand the hard-worked council arborist team. And we can have a programme too to improve the appearance of buildings in the city centre. All very constructive proposals, Mr Mayor, which I'm sure the residents of the city would welcome. Looking at the capital proposals, the two biggest items perhaps that stand out are the proposed traffic lights at the Broadway roundabout. In my view, that's a development which is long overdue. Chester Road is currently a road to avoid. And more resurfacing of city roads, the more repair of pavements and the filling in of potholes will be welcomed across the board. Now, Labour might vote down these proposals today, but if they do, Mr Mayor, they may find the people of the city have something to say about that in a couple of months' time. I'm happy to support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor McDonough.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Yes, and I'd like to echo everyone's views there on the current situation in Ukraine. It's absolutely unacceptable, and hopefully we can get a peaceful resolution very soon. And also I'd like to pay tribute as well to Councillor Florence Anderson. Many of you probably know that over the years me and Councillor Anderson did have some disagreements, as I'm sure many of you know, but she was a very, very spirited and very strong lady, and someone who I had a lot of respect for and chatted to quite often, actually. So very, very sad to hear of her death. So yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm delighted to be speaking this afternoon to support some very positive amendments to the budget. Unfortunately, under Labour proposals, people will be paying more in council tax than they need to, but they will be getting absolutely nothing extra for their money. The money will go up in smoke in debt interest because this administration cannot get its finances in order. I recently surveyed residents in my community, and the results were loud and clear. Over 90% were against a rise, with many commenting that they simply could not afford it, and the council tax was their biggest bill outside of their mortgage. Those who commented also said that if a council tax rise is to be put in place, residents want to see improvements in our communities for their money and service standards to rise. The Labour budget, as it stands, simply does not offer that, and we'll see a further black hole opened in our finances. With this in mind, to ask people to pay such a high increase at a time when many are struggling is simply not good enough. That is why we must bring in our reduction. Over the last 5 years, we have seen a council tax rise of over 25%. There's not many of us who have seen their wages rise in line with that figure, and to squeeze local residents even more is not fair, especially where that increase will not see any improvements to basic services. Mr Mayor, we have a responsibility as councillors, not just to our older residents, but to our children, to ensure that they are not saddled with debt by a Labour council, just as we were saddled with debt by a Labour government. This council will have an external debt of over £492 million, thanks to this Labour group, almost £500 million, taking generations to pay off. On my calculations, at an average borrowing rate of 2.91%, this will mean that city taxpayers are paying £14,317,200 to banks on debt interest. Not a street cleaned, not a bin emptied, not a pothole filled. Instead, over £14 million going into the pockets of bankers. This figure is also based on the Bank of England base rate remaining at historically low levels, something which we were assured by officers last year would remain in place. However, since last year, the base rate has already risen from 0.1 to 0.25% in December, and the budget document acknowledges that further rises are expected in May. This should be a huge worry to us all. A rise in this rate may lead to a rise in repayment costs on any finance, making the bill to the taxpayer even larger and taking further money away from frontline service and sinking our city even deeper into debt. We acknowledge the need to invest in the city, and some borrowing will of course be needed for that, but I would urge this council to be more fiscally cautious. These interest rates should be very alarming and are liable to change as interest rates rise long term. We cannot expect future taxpayers, our children, to pay for current financial excess of this council. Moving on to our other amendments to the budget, Mr Mayor. In our amendments, we have tried to be as positive and realistic as possible. We've maintained our tradition of cutting the huge sums given to trade unions by this council, though we're not suggesting cutting it altogether. We acknowledge that some employees may need trade union support. However, the current rate of £150,000 is simply too high. Why do we spend £150,000 when councils of a similar size or bigger spend much less? York, £41,000, Newcastle, £34,000, Richmond, £35,000. As a council, we are simply not shaping up. And it's another example of this council failing to tighten its belt whilst expecting residents to pay. In our amendment, we have cut where we see fit, focusing on cutting councillors' allowances, PR and international travel, whilst investing in the areas that people really want to see. Cleaner and safer green spaces, better maintained roads and pavements, more trees and flowers to improve the area, all being delivered while avoiding the crippling council tax increase being proposed by the Labour group. Rather than saddling with the residents with more tax and more debt, focus on the basics and do what a council should be doing. Overall, I feel this is a very positive set of budget amendments at the end of another incredibly difficult year. These amendments can make things a little easier for local people, avoiding making them pay that much more when they're struggling more than ever, whilst focusing on the issues that matter most. I hope that other parties will join with us on this, put politics aside and give the people of Sunderland a little break. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. It seemed a shame there's only a few more Tory councillors left. We could have had the whole group for completeness' sake. I would like to join with councillors from the Labour group and the Conservative group in expressing our solidarity with the people of Ukraine and the terrible situation that is going on there. Murderous invasion, frankly, to put it bluntly. And it does seem appropriate, the colours of our coat of arms this evening. My group would also, of course, like to extend its congratulations to Linda Williams and her daughter and wish you and your granddaughter very well. Looking at the Conservative budget amendment and some of the savings they're proposing making, and of course looking at ours, which you'll hear very shortly, it does make me think, you know, if the people in this room across all parties had got their brains together, we probably could have had no council tax rise whatsoever. There is clearly a way to save enough money in this council budget to not inflict a council tax rise on the people of Sunderland. One thing, looking at this, the numbers in the Tory budget a little closely, does given me some cause for concern is we've got a straight £1 million reduction in the council tax increase. But of course, that isn't even 1%. You'll notice the Liberal Democrat amendment removes 1%, which is 1.1 million and a bit. So this is a council tax increase of 2.1 something. You know, it seems a little odd that you couldn't have gone the whole hog and at least removed a percentage or 2%, which, of course, as you say, is money that a cost that is being passed on to residents of Sunderland. This isn't the only aspect, of course, of the Conservative budget that, where the sums make us a little uneasy. So, for example, the planning training, which we've heard a lot about, I'm not completely convinced that £3,000 guarantees a great deal of training, or that it would give much reassurance that we would never find ourselves in a judicial review. That's the nature of planning. I'm also amazed that John, Paul and our finance team have allowed a statement that says we can achieve agreement amongst political groups for £3,000. It only costs £3,000 to find agreement amongst political groups in this chamber. That's it. God, I mean, I know I would personally pay £3,000 to agree with Stephen O'Brien for 12 months. Continuing to look at these figures.
Point of order.
Are you offering to pay £3,000 to agree with
I'm going to invoice you for £3,000. Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, the point there is that we can't enforce it as mandatory legal training, so it would be training delivered as agreement among the group leaders that we would force our councillors to attend it, rather than that we're agreeing the cost.
I appreciate the clarification, but believe me, I can't force my group to do anything. Continuing to look at these figures, though, you know, they talk about smart sensors for bins. Completely agree. They talk about expansion of CCTV monitoring capacity. I agree. But the problem isn't in, you know, adding these new services. The problem has always been in providing enough staff to man them. It's all fine and well buying more CCTV cameras. The problem is staff to watch those cameras to report incidents. It's all very well buying, you know, new bin systems, but we need more staff monitoring that and going out to empty those bins. So I do feel, you know, yes, it is worth spending £100,000 on this, but I'm not completely convinced it's enough staff to resolve the problem. I would also point out as well that a beautification scheme to improve the appearance of shop fronts at £100,000. Now, if you look at what this council has been spending, completely justifiably, on improving the appearance of Elephant Tea Rooms, Mackie's Corner, down at Poprex, the old buildings down there, it has cost a lot more than £100,000. Most of these buildings around the high street are listed buildings. They have all sorts of, you know, concerns with them. £100,000 is a lot of money to spend on hanging baskets, which is what I expect this would amount to. However, it all comes back to council tax. I think my group will have to support this, this amendment, despite some reservations about some of the smaller amounts in it, because we're in this situation, our residents are in this situation where they're having to make choices. It is true, between what they can spend. If there's anything we can do in what will be one of the most challenging years financially to our residents to reduce the impact of council tax, we have to do it. So my group will support the amendment. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm feeling a bit isolated tonight, actually, because there's a lot of goes at my portfolio. So, and I did like your idea about Geordie Jeans and CNA. It did make me think a lot. Well, it was a long time ago. You were probably too young. Anyway, so you've got in there to reduce the events by nearly £400,000. In actuality, 396,669. My guess is this was just a figure shoved in to make the books balance. I don't think it's shown that interest in actually the budget that we are there for, which is about investing. We'd already put in £300,000 as a saving towards that, so that would nearly knock out a huge amount of our budget. We need to value our investment into culture and into events. Can we just show a little respect to our community who enjoy them? Then I'm looking at the capital, F-Pit again. Why do you not like the F-Pit? What's your issue with it? This came up last year. And, you know, it has been upgraded. The building has been upgraded. We're now out to consultation on what we are going to do with the rest of the funding. I notice you've taken out the whole capital spend, but you have put some back in for refurbishment of the park. That is within our plan anyway. So far, we're getting very positive aspects back about this is something we need in Washington. I was talking to the chair of the Washington History Society group today, who is so excited about the opportunities it offers us in Washington to celebrate our culture. And yes, mining is part of that, but there are many other aspects around there too. I really wish you'd just stop shoving us off. Beamish is nearby, doesn't have what is there at F-Pit. Then as I looked further into the proposals, Graham, I'm sorry, it seems to be, let's get the leader in this. So we'll come to Southern Area playing fields. I have been involved in conversations with this. I also have 2 grandsons who play for the teams, so I am involved. I have spoken to them and explained what's happened. So I'm going to give you a quick rush over. We received £18 million to establish 3 football hubs across the city. Part of the agreement was that when the programme began, there would be no development or changes whilst the programme was set and for 2 years after it. In fact, a moratorium was put in place until the playing pitch strategy was complete. That document is now in draft, and I will tell you that Washington United have put in there what they want to say, as other clubs have done. And I can assure you that when that plan is complete and is written off, and the partners within this are us as a City Council, Durham FA and Sport England. We cannot...
Point of order, Chair. If I may, Chair, point of order. I would have to declare a pecuniary interest here, which is named Durham County Football Association, which I chair. I will therefore have to leave the meeting and take no further part in the vote.
Thanks to Councillor Spedding for doing that, absolutely. And I would say he's been very objective during the whole process. So we cannot make a decision about what's going to happen to any piece of land until that pitch plan is totally agreed. It'll be ready in the coming months, and if and when there are any excess spaces, we need to go through the proper channels. We can't just give it to one group, because what other applicants might come forward. That isn't to say that Washington United... Pardon? I can't hear you.
So if you want to make a point of order, Councillor, by all means, stand up and make the point. I haven't got an issue with that.
Thank you. So you can't just promise it to somebody. It may be that when this all comes out, there is an opportunity for Washington United to be able to take on that, that piece of land as an asset transfer. But we cannot make that decision at this point. And I would hope, even as a group, you understand that it would be quite disingenuous to say to the community, we're going to hand it over. The other bit I want to pick up on was trolleys. We can't fund a trolley van for Washington. The trolleys belong to the stores who are there. It is their responsibility. I believe we can't use public funds to do that. I've been around for the last 20 years around this sort of argument over trolleys. There was a time where, as a council, we collected them to say to the stores, come and pick them up and we'll charge you. They were just left there. We actually ran out of space to put any more trolleys. They went to scrap. We need to look at managing this better with our groups in order to get there. I would just sort of say, I got a message from a friend today who'd been reading through these proposals, and she said, do you know what? If those proposals go through, I'll probably be saving the price of a Freddo a week. So a Freddo a week, or go for our investment, I think I'll go for ours. I would urge members to follow that. Thank you.
Councillor Neil McKnight.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too would like to associate myself with the comments from both sides of the chamber tonight regarding the Ukraine and the people's struggle there. I'd also like to pay tribute to Florence Anderson. Florence was my mentor many, many moons ago when I was a young councillor the first time. The best advice she ever gave me was, Neil, know your enemy. And as recent events have proven, keep smiling, keep laughing. That's been really, really good advice. It's amazing who you get told about from friends and family. So what can we say about the amendment tonight? So, same old Tories trotting out the same tired old reheated leftovers. It's like Groundhog Day. Put another record on, seriously. Okay, so let's have a look at them. So the old chestnut, facility time for our trade unions. Dear me. On the back of a pandemic, when our workforce has gone to above and beyond the call of duty for everybody that we altogether serve in this city, that lot want to reduce the access of our hard-pressed workforce to the support and guidance of union officials when they most need it, hitting working people. Reallocating the neighbourhood fund. Really? I don't know what the Tories do and their committees with neighbourhood fund, but us Labour councillors in the coalfields use it to address the needs and priorities identified by our local residents. The Tory message is clear. Remove the resources, making their lives better for people in areas like the coalfields in Washington in order to fill the potholes in Seafields and free parking for their Bentleys. Reduce the events budget. Mr Mayor, are they tempted to turn this place into a cultural wasteland? Some of our residents are not able to pay for family and community events, even more so with the Tory mismanagement of the current cost of living crisis. It's all down to their mates in Westminster. Again, the Tories taking for those who can't pay for events, and for those that just giving it to those that can afford it. That's really all I've got to say on it, Mr Mayor. It's just the same old reheated nonsense that they trot out year after year after year. I oppose the amendment.
Councillor Ty.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And before I start on my speech, I'm also confused by the Conservatives' amendments, to be fair. I don't know if they've gone rogue from the Conservative Party, because they seem to have no understanding or realisation. I don't know if you're not turning the telly on, I don't know if you're not watching what's happening in London. Your government's just wasted £9 billion on PPE that they threw away. Have you just forgotten about that? Why aren't you connected? Are you now the independent party in Sunderland? Are you trying to hide and pretend that that's not you? That's your government, that's your party. What on earth are you thinking about? You're talking about roads. Independent report, £11 billion needed to repair roads in this country. The total cost in here in Sunderland, £85 million as a result of mismanagement by the Conservative Party not adequately funding roads in this country. You've got to wake up. This is your government doing this to this city. It's not us. We do the best we can with the resources we're given.
We need more training.
I'll go on to the main part, Mr Mayor. Again, Mr Mayor, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I don't intend to take too much of your time or council's time, but I need to make a statement in relation to the proposal of £30,000 for those living close to the private development beginning with Vicarage Close. I actually met residents of Vicarage Close at a meeting last night because I thought it was really important. I don't come here and say what I think. I actually sit and listen to them and say what they want to say. So, to give a few examples of the comments made by those residents. That's blatant pork belly politics, trying to buy our votes. Well, that won't work. The developer should be compensating us for what they have done to us, not inflicting further burdens on the council taxpayers of Sunderland. Another, £30,000. What would that do? With the number of developments in Sunderland, we would not even get a packet of Smarties. Persimmon should be giving us compensation, not the council. And the final one, Mrs W. Does Anthony Mullen think the people of Silksworth are stupid and can't see what he's trying to do? There are people starving.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
It's Anthony.
I'll pass that change back to Mrs W. And the final one, Mrs W. Does Anthony Mullen think the people of Silksworth are stupid and can't see through what he's trying to do? There are people starving in the town through his government's tax increases, cuts to universal credit, rising inflation, and he thinks £30,000 of council money is going to help that situation. Absolute shame on him.
Councillor Heron.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mine's a little bit different from all the other ones. It's a reduce area committees. I know in the Coalfield Area Committee we work very closely together. We have systems that's been going in our Coalfield Area Committee. We are planting trees. That's what we do in the Coalfield area. For the past 2 years, our area committee has funded the most vulnerable people in our society, and we will keep on doing so. We've helped organisations such as LCAP with transport to see to our people that can't get out. We've also helped New Dawn with food parcels, and at Christmas last year we helped the most vulnerable people who were struggling over Christmas. That's what an area committee does, and that's where the funding goes. We also are improving areas. Hetton Country Park is getting an extension to the CAF for all our local people. Houghton Rectory Park is getting modernised, and not before time, I've got to say. Hetton Lions Country Park, we've supplied equipment there. That's what the funding does if you work with your area committee and work with your residents like we did with Let's Talk. We listen to our residents and we deliver from the area committees. It says event cuts. We have an event once a year. I don't know if you've any been. It's Houghton Feast. It is one of the most fantastic events we have. But it's funny. How it came about was our vicar, Bernard Gilpin, helping people because they were hungry. It's funny, our area committee's doing that. We're doing the same now as what he did hundreds of years ago, and we will still carry on through the area committee. And I just wanted to ask you, 3 area committees, does that include Hetton and Houghton and the Coalfield Area Committee? Thank you.
Well done.
Leader, you have the right to reply on the amendment.
Dermot Guerin was the chairman of the club, and John Kelly was the cabinet member. And then, as Councillor Williams pointed out, there was a moratorium imposed. I would suggest to my colleagues across the chamber that we just need a little bit of patience here. That moratorium will end this year, and the partners will come forward with what that area is to be used for. Is it going to be needed for football pitches or is it not? I've said categorically, no matter what happens, that green space will remain as a green space, but what I will not do is commit to just giving it to an organisation just because they're shouting the loudest. Residents in Rickleton, because that's where Southern Area Playing Fields are, have suggested dog parks, community orchards, allotments, football. broad green space used for play for children. That consultation that will happen once we get that, because I don't know what the outcome is going to be from the Sport England-led approach, will determine the consultation that then goes to residents. And I will stand 100% behind what the residents say they want then in that space. So a little bit of patience, please, and stop trying to do cheap politics to get a quick headline in a leaflet that goes out in Rickleton in 3 weeks' time, or whenever. So, that's all I'm going to say about the Conservative amendment. Of course, the Labour group has to vote it down because it's an amendment in block. And whilst there are interesting ideas in there, we can't just pick and choose from it. It's all or nothing. And there's far too much of it that's nothing, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be opposing the amendment, Mr Mayor.
Just before I intend now to go to the vote on the amendment, can we remind members that are outside that we are about to do that vote? I can see at least 2 members with Councillor Spedding.
Has to stay out until we've had the vote.
We haven't done the vote yet.
Sorry, Councillor Spedding, I've brought you back too early. I intended to give you the chance to vote, but with your declaration... I thought you were skiving.
Move to the vote, Mr Mayor.
So we'll move to the vote now on the amendment.
Councillors, I'll read out everybody's name individually, and if you can indicate how you want to vote, that will be recorded. So it's either for, against...
Just
or
do a show of hands, honestly. There would be hands up there.
It has to be a named vote.
So, Councillor Blackburn. It would assist so that we can record it accordingly, or use your microphone so we can hear you as well. So I think Councillor Blackburn was against. Councillor Butler?
Against.
Councillor Checker?
Against.
Councillor Dodds?
Against.
Councillor Farthing?
Against.
Councillor Fletcher?
Against.
Councillor Foster?
Against.
Councillor E. Gibson?
Against.
Councillor P. Gibson?
Against.
Councillor J. Herron?
Against.
Councillor Johnston? Councillor Lappin?
Against.
Councillor Laws?
Against.
Councillor N. McKnight?
Against.
Councillor Mason Gage?
Against.
Councillor F. Miller?
Against.
Councillor G. Miller? Councillor Price?
Against.
Councillor Roundtree? Councillor Samuels?
Against.
Councillor Scanlon?
Against.
Councillor Scott?
Against.
Councillor A. Smith? Councillor P. Smith? Councillor D. Snowden?
Against.
Councillor D. E. Snowden?
Against.
Councillor Spedding? Oh, he's out, sorry, apologise. Councillor Stewart?
Against.
Councillor Taylor?
Against.
Councillor Thornton?
Against.
Councillor D. Truman?
Against.
Councillor H. Truman?
Against.
Councillor Ty? Councillor M. Walker?
Against.
Councillor P. Walker?
Against.
Councillor Warren?
Against.
Councillor Williams?
Against.
Councillor Ali?
For.
Councillor Blackett? Councillor Bernacle?
For.
Councillor Dixon? Councillor Donaghy?
For.
Councillor Doyle? Councillor Dunn?
For.
Councillor Green? Councillor Hartnack? For. Councillor Howe? Councillor Johnston?
For.
Councillor Ledbetter? Councillor Mann?
For.
Councillor Donohoe?
For.
Councillor McKeith?
For.
Councillor Mullen? Councillor Peacock? Councillor Reid?
For.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Point of
Yeah.
order,
My
excuse me.
vote's not registered on that board, Mr. Mayor.
They're against, yeah. I think I was up to Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Mann. Councillor McDonough.
4.
Councillor McKeith.
4.
Councillor Mullen. Councillor Peacock. Councillor Reid.
4.
Councillor Wood.
4.
Councillor Crosby.
4.
Councillor Edgeworth. Councillor Fagan.
4.
Councillor Paul Gibson. Councillor Haswell. Councillor Hodson. Councillor Morrissey.
4.
Councillor Nicholson. Oh. Councillor O'Brien.
4.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Wood.
4.
Is it wrong?
2 moments. Councillor Snowden.
Mr Mayor, your vote isn't recorded.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's 4 for the amendment, sorry, 28 for the amendment, 36 against and no abstentions.
Okay. So the microphone on.
You need to extend.
We now have Amendment 2, which is the Liberal Democrat Revenue and Capital Amendments to the Leader's proposed budget. Just before we start, can I just remind members that this is a very important meeting. In fact, all council meetings are very important, but I rate this one slightly higher because we do have to complete this meeting tonight. I know that our orders in the past, you've agreed that we finish at 7 o'clock, but I think that we must, those of you who can remain, you must remain and we complete this meeting to the very end.
Agreed, Mr Mayor.
So we'll continue with Amendment 2. Councillor Hodson, will you please move the amendment to the revenue and capital budget by reading it out?
Thank you, Mayor of Sunderland. The Liberal Democrat group is moving a 2-part amendment, both to the revenue and capital budget. I'll cover it as briefly as I can. In the revenue budget, we're proposing making a number of savings. The support costs around area committees, that's £100,000. Reducing the number of area committees to 3, coterminous with parliamentary constituencies, it's £33,254. A review of special responsibility allowances. I won't go through these in detail, Mayor Sunderland, because they're the same as last year, and only the price has changed slightly to £235,114. A reduction in the corporate communications budget, removing the budget for carbon reduction, reducing spending on existing tobacco control and alcohol denormalisation programmes, and refocusing that spending towards an assistance programme, and that's at a 0 cost. With these savings, we're proposing to make the following priority investments: reducing the council tax rise by 1%, reversing the planned increase in allotment rent charges for this coming financial year, increasing the funding for disabled education support, introducing a free bulky item collection service for those in receipt of council tax support, introducing a discretionary fund to allow for increasing of lighting levels, as we proposed last year, introducing single free annual visitor parking permits in permit parking zones for households without a car, reversing the 2022-23 brown bin charge increase, introducing a scheme to allow auto-renewal of resident parking permits. I think that's the 3rd time we've asked for this. It has a net cost of £0. Introducing a scheme to allow the auto-renewal of the brown bin service, likewise at £0. Reinstating voluntary community sector contract support for agencies supporting disabled and young people. And in addition to the Environmental Services Staffing Review, we'd like to allocate a further £157,660, which is to cover 5 additional officers, preferably focused on dog warden duty. And finally, increasing the budget for community arts participation at the museum and Winter Gardens. With regards to the capital budget, members may recognise the project that we proposed last year again. So taking £10.6 million from the strategic acquisitions budget, a very, very large budget that is too, and has been over the last few years. We'd like to establish a working group and put together a leisure investment strategy for Sunderland and Washington, which is focused on a budget to make improvements to public leisure space, particularly the smaller suburban parks that aren't covered by our park maintenance budget, and a cycleway investment scheme south of the river, ideally on Hilton Road, a programme of dog parks and ideally a city centre skate park. There are funds also in that capital investment budget to cover the working groups and feasibility studies required for that project, for a project to tackle the problem of derelict garages in residential areas, for the feasibility study into the acquisition of a public park in the Ford Pennywell area, where there's a lot of house building going on, for the installation of a pedestrian crossing at Hastings Hill, and finally for the purchase of an additional refuse vehicle. I'm just pointing out that final item in the budget there, Mayor Sunderland, that relates to the revenue budget in order to provide additional bulky waste collections for free. We're advised that a new refuse vehicle would also be required. That's the budget, and I move it as outlined. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
I would. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I'm grateful for the Council extending this meeting in order to hear the Liberal Democrat amendment. I'd also, of course, like to thank John, Paul, and the rest of their team in the financial services side of the Council, who always take a great deal of time to work with opposition groups putting together their budget amendments. I'm just going to speak on a number of key items in our amendment rather than go through everything item by item, not least because there are some recurring items here you may realise that we ask for year on year. And it may be relevant after May that we keep asking for the same things again and again. We'll see. Firstly, though, on council tax. Now, the Leader and the Deputy have been at pains throughout this meeting to say that they really have no alternative. But then the Leader did sort of slip up there by saying, well, perhaps if you'd spoken to me, we could have come to some compromise, because I think he knows in his heart of hearts that if we really did try, we could reduce, if not stop completely, that council tax rise. It is a political decision without question. It is also, of course, a failure of decades of financial management at this council. Yes, Sunderland may have a low level of council tax, but that's because it hasn't raised council tax in the good years. And here we are in a very difficult financial situation trying to play catch-up. That problem lands on Labour and their management of this council over previous decades. But what I would say furthermore on council tax is how can you, on one hand, when we're looking at this budget in front of us, spend tens of millions of pounds on big regeneration projects and infrastructure, all of which have large associated revenue impact, and on the other hand, raise council tax? How can you, on one hand, present a People's Manifesto and on the other, build this PFI palace? What would a year's rent in this building pay for? Because, as our landlords make so clear in the hallway, this building is funded by and owned by Legal & General, not us, and we're paying them, of course, £2.4 million a year to rent it. That would almost completely cover the council tax rise, maybe a little extra. Our budget amendment, I should say, lessens the impact on residents' pockets. That's what we're really focused on. And the other aspects of it are focused on the residents who are most vulnerable, particularly disabled and particularly young people and young disabled people. I mentioned the People's Manifesto, which I see that Labour have come out with. And has been touched upon earlier, there's a great deal of smoke and mirrors in this manifesto. Smoke and mirrors of which Tony Blair's new Labour Party, I think, would be proud. Because right at the top of the pledges that Labour make are free bulky waste collections and free replacement bins. And they're trumpeting that around the city in every ward that they care about. Now, whilst the opposition have presented amendments, both the Liberal Democrats and previously the Conservatives, which find a way to fund these services sustainably going forward into the future, what Labour are hiding in their amendment, and certainly hiding in their People's Manifesto, is that this is a one-year, one-off use of reserves. A promise, I think, that is not worth the glossy paper of that People's Manifesto that it's written on. And furthermore, the fact that there's been talk in this meeting about pork barrel politics. If I've seen any pork barrel politics in Sunderland in the last few years, it's that pledge. What I'd add, Mayor of Sunderland, is where are they spending their money? The corporate communications budget has been mentioned, and it's interesting actually because that budget is creeping up each year. 1 year ago, we proposed a 25% reduction in that budget. That would have got you £200,000 or so a year ago. A 25% reduction this year will get you £384,000. It's a fortune that this council is spending on PR, because of course this council is running a PR spin machine of which Alistair Campbell's New Labour would be proud. That's very much the model they seem to be following. We've heard a lot also this evening, quite rightly, about Culture House, one of the council's big projects just over the road, and this is indeed a great opportunity. But the smoke and mirrors again, what aren't they telling you? How much good money is being thrown after bad? Over the last 10 years, how many millions have been spent refurbing the previous Library and Arts Centre in Fawcett Street, a building we still lease, of course, moving the Library and Arts Centre into the old museum building, into the Glass Centre, and now yet more spending being thrown at this project, tens of millions of pounds on this, by a failure to have a proper culture strategy over the past 20 years. I mean, I work, in fairness, Council, in museums. I support absolutely investing in culture, but the Labour Party should be upfront. We know that the Culture House, it's in here, you know, £30 million on building it, probably over, I mean, we know finally from scrutiny, it's about £1 million plus a year in the revenue budget to fund the staffing of it. Labour is prioritising their city centre regeneration projects over the household bills of residents. That is the subtle message that is in this budget. And finally, dog wardens. It's a little item in our budget, but it has come up for the last few years. And I have, like I'm sure the leader has as well, spent a lot of time recently over the last few weeks in Red House and Downhill. Nice part of Sunderland it is. You know, I thought that Central Sunderland, where I spend a lot of my time, had an issue with dog fouling. The Red Hill ward has opened my eyes. I have never seen anything like it. And I sympathise with the residents who are having to live there, and the amount, I mean, you can't distinguish pavement from, you know, turd from tarmac. It's unbelievable. That is why, Mayor of Sunderland, we are proposing to add 5 dog wardens. And I want to add to that, I wish I could edit this budget. I want 5 dog wardens, and I want to send them to the Red Hill ward for 12 months as a gesture of goodwill. You have to wonder how a problem like dog fouling in Red Hill can get so out of hand, and perhaps it's because Paul Stewart, of course one of the councillors for that ward, is as in denial about dog mess as he is about rat infestation. So I am sure, Mayor of Sunderland, we will doubtless see the matter resolved swiftly. Well, God, maybe tomorrow. If there's time, my colleagues will speak to some individual items on this budget that I haven't managed to mention. But, Mayor, every year, the Lib Dem group has to revise its budget amendment. We have this meeting every January, February. What do we have to take off? Because Labour have finally done it. And to take account of those proposals and ideas of ours that Labour are quietly adopting year on year. So I commend this budget amendment to Council in eager anticipation of its inclusion in next year's budget. But of course, if members wish to save time, they could just vote it through tonight, and I hope you will do so. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Councillor Haskell, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tough act to follow now, so I'm just going to be covering a couple of key items within our budget proposals rather than anything more widely. Firstly, very quickly, I'd like to associate myself with the comments that people have made throughout the evening about the conflict in Ukraine. It's an absolutely horrendous situation, and every evening having to watch the news and hear it on the morning radio, it's terrifying. I'd like to associate my comments to the condolences for the family of former Councillor Anderson. Congratulations to the Williams family, and finally thank you to John, Paul and Paul. Now, trying to get through the things as quickly as possible because I'm conscious of time. First of all, I'm obviously happy to second the amendment, and I would like to start by recognising a really huge positive in the majority group's budget proposal. £600,000 for the repair and conservation of South Chapel in Bishop Wearmouth Cemetery is incredibly welcome. I, along with my colleagues in Pallion Ward, have been lobbying the council for quite some time around it. I've been joined in that by colleagues in neighbouring wards of all different parties, and I have also met Councillor Miller over the condition of Bishop Wearmouth Cemetery in the past, so I'd like to very much welcome that. It is a beautiful building on the verge of collapse, and we've got a real opportunity to preserve it and turn it into an asset for the community. Going on to a couple of items that we're focused on. First of all, I'd like to cover our, just to give some explanation around the repurposing of tobacco and alcohol denormalisation funds. Currently, the council is funding the Balance and Fresh programmes, which our group have consistently challenged. They demonise and cast out smokers and drinkers who, even when they have a completely acceptable level of behaviour and alcohol consumption, they're still demonised and their behaviour is somehow totally wrong and incorrect. For us, that's simply wrong. We need to engage people, bring them on board, have conversations with them, and factually, these two programmes aren't doing that. They are demonising, as I've said. Our proposal instead is to look at it a different way. We would use the funds to create effectively a council-run employee assistance programme that many of us benefit through our employers, and then provide this free of charge to the workforce of smaller enterprises in the city, you know, your florists, your butchers, where the owners can't necessarily fund one of these programmes. It will deliver services similar to what Balance and Refresh do in terms of referral schemes to deal with addiction, as well as other crisis terms, but they will not come with that cruel, horrid approach that currently is what is in use. Next, I'd like to talk about our proposals to reverse the increase in the brown bin charge and the allotment rent increases. Consistently at Council, we've talked about the benefits people have experienced by engaging with green space around where they live through COVID, the benefits it has on their mental health. To then make access to allotments for those who don't have gardens more expensive just seems fundamentally wrong. And then to make it more expensive for those who do have a garden and need a brown bin, again, it's fundamentally wrong. And the costs are tiny. It's absolutely, we surely can trim some fat elsewhere to fund these two initiatives, because they would allow people to take a slightly lesser impact on their pocket and continue utilising these allotments and looking after their gardens. Finally, as a point of explanation, it's a selfishly one for my own ward. We've proposed a feasibility study to look into the acquisition of a park within the Fort and Pennywell area. We have quite a large gap between Hilton Road playing fields and King George Park, where we're currently served by a park run by our housing authority, which doesn't invest, has neglected it for decades and now intends to build houses on it potentially. We would like the council to consider acquiring it, bring it up to code and ensure that local people have access to a fantastic facility on their doorstep, and it is something which comes up in my ward time and time again. My colleagues will expand on some other items, so just to very quickly sum up, I hope we get support from across the room. Thank you very much.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Can you shout your name out, please?
Got Councillor Mullen,
Councillor Mullen,
Councillor Doyle, Councillor McDonough,
Councillor
Johnston. You've got Councillor O'Brien,
Councillor O'Brien,
Andrew Wood, and you've got Juliana Heron.
Councillor Stewart,
And Juliana Heron.
Councillor Juliana Heron. Okay. Councillor Mullen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this relatively brief. My group will be supporting it. Although I did have a concern there, perhaps a lapse in memory when the leader said that we hadn't given them any notice of our amendments, because you might recall, Niall, but I'm sure we tried to amend the scrutiny coordinating report that went back to Cabinet, and as I recall, we were told we couldn't do that and that it was too political to give advance notice of the things we wanted to do in the budget. So perhaps the Labour Group can resolve that
Leader,
tension.
Mr Mayor, point of personal explanation on this. There was a statement read out at the end of the scrutiny meeting, the third scrutiny meeting that had been held to discuss the budget and the budget recommendations. And all that said was you wanted to bring an amendment to this council. None of the details in the amendment were discussed. None of the details have ever been tabled. And if there had been, we could have discussed them within the scrutiny forum, which is probably the right place to do it. Thank you.
Well, given that we were told even mentioning an amendment was too political, I very much doubt we could have done that. I'll just highlight a couple of points in the Lib Dem amendment and maybe a couple of questions that can be answered. There's a lot here that we can agree with. Fair enough point about the council tax reduction. Ours is just over 0.9%, yours is 1%, so I'm sure we could close the gap. On the subject of the mayor, in terms of allowances, we're doing similar things, but the Lib Dem group wants to change the title, which isn't something we're particularly fussed about. It might be sensible to have a chair of the council if we end up with a metro mayor, just to avoid confusion, but we aren't particularly fussy about that. We think we do disagree on the structure of area committees. We aren't proposing to go down to 3, but again, if we're in a position to be deciding that after May, we can have conversations about that. From a purely selfish perspective, looking at my own ward, I would welcome the idea of the dog parks and the dog wardens, again, quite similar to our park warden proposal, similar salary, similar scope, so differences there are superficial. Same with their bulky waste collectors and our trolley impound officers. Superficial differences, but doing similar things with similar amounts of money. It would be good, though, to hear more about the proposed leisure investment, because I note that what the Lib Dems aren't saying here is that they would invest this in a city centre leisure centre, which would be popular, and this money could be added to the existing Crow Tree development to expand the capacity of what that contains when a leisure provider is appointed. I understand that what it is a series of small parks, a cycle track, an outdoor skateboard park, and a study into the potential for a motocross track. Perfectly fine, but it would be good to know why that and not a city centre leisure centre instead, or contribution towards that. I don't feel this is quite as ambitious as ours, but ultimately nothing here that we oppose and that we could, after May, work on together to implement. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Mullen has said, the Conservative Group will be supporting this amendment. It is cast in the same mould as our own, in that it seeks to address gratuitous council waste, an unjustifiable increase in council tax, and makes reallocations in line with residents' priorities. I do take on board Niall's constructive feedback on our amendment and agree with his view that if we as a council were to work together meaningfully in setting the budget, we might be able to achieve a much needed reduction in the council tax increase. It's just a shame, I think, that Councillor Miller has been deaf to the comments made by opposition councillors during Scrutiny Coordinating Committee and in full council and in the budget setting meetings. I mean, really, what more do you want us to do, Graham? We're shouting very loudly during this meeting and in others. We make the points consistently.
Mr Mayor, can I clarify a second point of order? As the person who was chairing the Scrutiny Committee meetings, because Councillor Doris McKnight wasn't able to attend, none of the items which either party in opposition have brought here tonight were tabled at the Scrutiny Coordinating Committees. All that was asked for was a statement could be read out at the end of our policies and things which are here.
Point of
Councillor
personal
Ali, I'm pleased you think this is funny. I stumbled over my words. Please allow me to stumble over my words without laughing at me. I really take exception at being laughed at. Now, at the Scrutiny Coordinating Committee, the committee did agree that a statement could be put, that the opposition parties would be tabling an amendment, but that's all that was done. None of the items, none of the figures, nothing was discussed or tabled. I just need to make that clear, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
Mayor, just I feel that as this meeting has come back to the Scrutiny Coordinating Committee, I understand where Diane Snowden is coming from as Vice Chair of that committee. Though with due respect, you know, I've talked at this meeting about how my group feels about some of the cost around this building, some of the costs around Culture House, the cost of staffing that. I certainly raised that in the Scrutiny Coordinating Committee with John Ritchie, who was there at the time. What I would say is that it is impossible for opposition members to have their views and objections from scrutiny properly noted and sent to council. I have tried on several occasions at scrutiny committee meetings to send a resolution or a comment or a question to council, even to send a recommendation based on the Secretary of State's white paper regarding local government to be sent to council for comment, because we don't have the ability to actually put forward amendments and put forward statements of objection at scrutiny. It is a real problem at this council, and I think it is going to get, we're just going to be shouting at each other unless we address the problems with scrutiny, which I know are in hand. But I don't think it's fair. I understand where you're coming from, Darren, but I don't think it's fair to level that criticism at opposition groups, because we do not have an avenue for recording our objections through scrutiny. We do not. Not in a way that comes back to this meeting, or not in a way that meaningfully is recorded in council. The scrutiny report is a whitewash.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I don't intend this to be a debate across this chamber, because this is not the place for this debate. I take all the points on board, and we can have a discussion outside of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And respectfully to Councillor Snowden, I would refer to the comments made by Councillor Mullen, by Niall Hodson. This is not a personal criticism of you at all, Diane. I think you do an excellent job as Chair of Scrutiny, but I think the process by which we exercise the scrutiny function in this Council is flawed. It needs improving. I've raised points in the past about the piecemeal approach to city centre redevelopment, for example. I know that you'll be working with us to bring forward a piece of work involving the Executive Director of City Development, for example. But these points have been made, and they've been made consistently and very clearly by all the opposition groups. Turning away from that now in praise of the Liberal Democrat amendment, I would welcome in particular the medium-term commitment to enhancing and not just improving the existing cycleway investment scheme. We hear a lot of talk from this council about the importance it places on active travel, yet this is rarely translated into action that I have seen as a cyclist. And if Sunderland is serious about its commitment to net zero, then it must begin to consider seriously some fundamental changes in the way people get around, with cycling infrastructure a key part of that conversation. Priority revenue investment in community arts participation is also to be praised. Arts and culture have the potential to create a powerful social impact and can also act as a driver of investment, as Niall well knows. I would be grateful, however, for some more detail as to how this is to be delivered and whether it will form part of an existing provision. Apologies if I missed that in your speeches, Martin and Niall. The auto-renewal of resident parking permits is an excellent idea which would greatly improve the experience of those residents with internet accessibility issues, for example. I look forward to the Conservative group working together with our Liberal Democrat colleagues to lobby for the implementation of that policy. And overall, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to commend the Liberal Democrats on their amendment. Compared with the Conservative group amendment, there are, of course, differences of emphasis, perhaps, as Councillor Mullen says, differences in terms of ambition as well. But there is a clear common aim and the basis, perhaps, for a coalition agreement. Thank you very much.
Councillor McDonough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think I echo what's just been said there, that actually the amendment is very positive. There's a lot of very good things in there. Just two little things that I'd like to pick up on and possibly have some answers to. I think the proposal to put a scheme in place which would offer things like free counselling sessions, I think is very positive indeed, and I'm very happy to see that. I do question the amount of finance that will be needed for that, however. As we all know, the mental health services in this city and across the country are absolutely snowed under, and I do worry that there's not enough money in the kitty for that to provide such an excessive service, such a huge service like you're offering there. Though amazing it would be, I just have some questions around that, so some clarity would be great. Also area committees, so obviously this is something you've proposed before, reducing the number of area committees from 5 to 3 and going around constituency lines rather than the current setup that we've got. As great as that would be for people in Sunderland Central, as there would be a huge opposition majority on that area committee, which I'm sure that we would be very happy with that. I do think it would take away some of the very grassroots stuff that we do, and I'd have some concerns about that. So yeah, just two there, but overall I think it's a very good piece of work. Thank you.
Councillor S. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to first thank the Liberal Democrats for putting forward a budget amendment which includes a number of really promising proposals for our city. We can see things in here like lowering Labour's unnecessary council tax rise, tackling derelict garages, something I think is fantastic and can hopefully be extended through some joint work onto residential properties more generally, and also increasing the money for disabled education support, which, as a member of Children and Education Skills Scrutiny, we see is vitally important. I'd personally also like to briefly talk about the plans to introduce automatic renewals for brown bin collections and resident parking permits. I find it incredible that we've not already implemented this. It's a good use of digital technology which will provide a smoother experience for residents who won't have to fill in needless forms when they've already told us what they want, but also for council staff who won't have to spend their time processing these applications and will be freed up to be doing something far more useful with their time. However, I would like to actually ask some questions about the proposed change to area committees. It's my view that the system we have now is rather good. The committees are large enough to be able to effect change, but small enough to be agile and responsive to the needs of ward residents. I'd therefore like to ask the following three questions. What are the benefits derived from making area committees coterminous with our parliamentary seats? How will these proposals be affected by the proposed changes brought up in the boundary review, which currently move the boundaries of Washington and Sunderland West up to Jarrow? And how can we ensure that these large committees remain agile and in touch with the needs of each ward's residents? I'd be grateful for some clarification on the proposals, because I've got an open mind to them, and if they're going to work, they'll have my full support. I'd like to finish my speech again by thanking Lib Dems for this amendment, which has been clearly very well thought out and lots of hard work has gone into it, and I'd like to affirm my support for it. Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to come to a point where Graham has said we never give prior notice of any of our amendments. I've stood up here maybe 6 times trying to get disabled travel for kids to and from educational opportunities, and every year you vote against it. So it's like hitting your head off a brick wall. Sometimes it breaks, and we have some of the free stuff we wanted. We have Paul Stewart giving us free press controls, which we asked for. We've had bulky waste collections reduced, which we've asked for. I think to level at us that we aren't a beneficial opposition or a very constructive opposition is fairly immature and wrong. But I will go on one more time. I will ask for this again and again and again and again and again until I get it. Please, can we just have this £100,000 for disabled kids travel to and from school, and even it gives them a bit more opportunity, because we're saying that we can add some IT equipment as well. So I beg of you, my Labour colleagues, to vote for this amendment, and hopefully I don't have to hit my head off a brick wall again to get it. Thank you.
Councillor Awood.
Thank you, Mayor of Sunderland. Peter, it's not you. I'd like to echo all of my colleagues' thoughts for the people caught in the atrocity in Ukraine. If you'd like to give practical help, the Association of Ukrainians is taking donations. Médecins Sans Frontières is taking donations. And our own Sunderland Food Heroes are taking practical donations. If you can, if you are able, please do contribute deeds, not just words. Sure, we're all very much in support of zero-cost items that make residents' lives easier, so I'm fully supportive, and hope you will be too, of the renewals for parking, renewals for the bins. Also, it effectively passes for a practicality of punishment for residents who don't have cars to have to pay for their car parking passes. We have introduced that. I do urge you, it does seem as if it's incredibly popular for people who care about residents to bring this in. I urge you to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hurren.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've already spoke about the area committee, so I'm actually not going to dwell on that. I certainly don't agree with it, because I think it'll leave the Coalfield Area Committee in no man's land. What I want to speak about is leisure. I would love a big skateboard park, but I don't know if our members across the room know we actually have a skateboard park in Houghton. It's getting refurbished at the minute, so we do have a skateboard park. Also, the leisure centre in Sunderland. Yes, we've lost the leisure centre quite a few years ago, but in its place, we have local services in our areas. Hetton has a swimming bath. Silkswood has a swimming bath. Houghton, Washington has a swimming bath. Our residents don't have to travel for our leisure facilities, which is great for the outlying areas. We have a sports centre. We have a high-standard bowling green in Houghton, inside Bolton. We have these facilities on our doorstep. Yes, we lost the city centre leisure, but I've got to say, residents in my area very rarely access that because they couldn't afford to come into Sunderland. And now they still can't afford to come into Sunderland because they're... I'm sorry, Councillor O'Brien, if you have anything to speak, could you please do a notice of motion, please? I mean, you know, we get criticised over this side of, you know, talking about other people talking at this side, but I think the biggest culprit is on the other side. I just wanted to say, I think it's better having local services in local areas where everybody has accessible to these services. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't really going to say anything, but then I had heard that Niall had been in Red House, and I thought I couldn't resist to have a few words in that sense. But I will desperately try and link this to the amendments. So if we talk about area committees and the importance of area committees, and the suggestion by the Liberal Democrats that we should actually sort of remove some of the input that residents have and take power and decision-making to a further distance away from local communities. I think the benefits of area committees as they are at the moment have certainly benefited my ward of Red Hill. And I think if Niall had lived in Red House or any other part of that ward, he would know the importance of area committees and how they can help and support wards such as Red Hill. So, for example, the area committee that I'm a member of has been supporting Red Hill through a new downhill community hub. We've been supporting residents groups there, such as the Downhill Pond Group, as well as the Bunny Hill Group, to help develop themselves and again provide support. The area committee has been supporting the Townend Farm and Red House community centres, again, and the groups there, particularly through COVID. Let's talk about traffic measures, Mr Mayor. The area committee that I'm a member of has helped support Red Hill Ward through developing traffic calming measures, as well as, of course, the introduction of a 20-mile-an-hour zone. And, of course, Niall did mention doggy poo. The area committee actually is paying for an additional enforcement officer, again, showing the importance of how area committees, as they are currently, ensure that the priorities of residents are met. Mr Mayor, the area committee has also listened to residents and is going to have more CCTV planned for that area. In addition to, it's going to be proposed that each of the wards are going to get £50,000 towards supporting youth in the area. Again, part of the importance of area committees being there and listening to local residents. But Niall doesn't know that because Niall doesn't live in Red House or Witherwack or Downhill or any other part of that ward. And of course, neither does the Liberal Democrat candidate for the by-election, of course, who seems to have been trying to mislead the electorate that he lives in the ward when he actually lives in Washington, Mr Mayor. So there we are, boo-hoo to them.
Mr Mayor,
can I also... I've had my bit of fun with that. Can I also now talk...
Councillor.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, it's very late in the day and we've been all very patient. If people want to talk about the Red Hill by-election, would it not be possible to do it outside of the council chamber, please?
I can confirm I've finished talking about the by-election, Mr Mayor. What I would like to do is raise a second issue with regards to the amendments from the Liberal Democrats, and that's relating to the, again, they did the same last year, the removal of the carbon reduction fund of £1 million. And there's been very little discussion about that so far. But I'm quite sure they're aware of, and I asked for the information, well, what would the implications be of the removal of that fund? And a significant part of it is actually to put a number of charging points throughout the city to ensure that people with electric vehicles will actually be able to charge them. So again, that's the scupper in that. They're also, part of that programme is to put PV panels and EV charging points at 2 schools, Hetton Primary, so clearly they don't want Hetton Primary School to benefit. Sunningdale, again, they don't want Sunningdale to benefit from that as well. And indeed, some of our community areas, such as Harrington Country Park, the CAF there, clearly they don't want that to benefit either from having PV panels to ensure that they do their bit to bring this city carbon neutral as planned. I would urge everybody to vote against the proposal from the Liberal Democrats, because clearly they have not done the research with regard to some of the proposals that they're putting forward. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Leader, you have the right to reply on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's been quite entertaining watching the Conservative Lib Dem loving for their 2 contradictory amendments, which apparently is all great and fine, and yours is better than ours. No, yours is better than ours. Just ridiculous and so transparent. But I will pick up on one of the points. I can't remember who said it, but maybe next time you could actually just put a joint amendment in. Hey, a better, stronger amendment. And if you talk to us about it before the 28th of February, so that we can actually consider some of the proposals, you never know, we might get a better decision out of things. I'm quite open to that, right? But this turning up at the very last second and political posturing about a budget that is already set because it's been through Cabinet, it is not helpful, ladies and gentlemen, and you need to be better than that, and I'm asking for you to be better than that. It's good to see that my Liberal Democrat colleagues are still climate change deniers with their ongoing attempts to cancel our £1 million investment in carbon reduction schemes. I genuinely don't understand how you think that's going to play well with the population who have green agenda right up there as something that it's very, very important to them. So please keep saying stop spending £1 million for the future health of the residents of the city, gentlemen and ladies. I'm quite happy with you doing that. It's also disappointing to see and once you did this last year as well, so obviously clearly you haven't proofread your documents since last time, that you think that the city only comprises of Sunderland and Washington. Now that's in your 5-year leisure investment where you put forward your proposal for that, and you only actually say Sunderland and Washington. I have to tell you, this probably explains why you've got no votes in the coalfield, but there is a place in Sunderland called the coalfield. Did you win? No, you didn't. You got beat. You got beat, Councillor O'Brien. Remind me, who won in Hetton? Labour. We won in Hetton. Right. The truth sometimes hurts, Councillor O'Brien. And wow, you still lost. Right. We absolutely do know who really won.
Councillors,
I have absolute faith in the integrity of the officers of the count.
Mr. Mayor, can we get this back to the budget, please?
Leader, stop winding them up.
Sorry, Mr. How very dare you, Mr. Mayor? I will take that advice from the Mayor and move swiftly on. Councillor Doyle, you genuinely need to understand, I've got nothing to do with scrutiny. I'm not allowed to be involved in scrutiny. None of the executive are allowed to be involved in scrutiny. So scrutiny is quite impartial. Scrutiny has the power to bring a call in if they think that the leader in his cabinet is doing something that is wrong. That is why all other councillors are in scrutiny. And if only enough opposition councillors attended scrutiny consistently, you might get a better outcome. But please don't say I'm deaf. I can't do anything about scrutiny meetings because I'm never there unless I'm invited to answer questions from that scrutiny committee. Once again, I will say to you, gentlemen and ladies, there's an open door. If you've got a problem, Councillor O'Brien, you're going on about the fact that once again, yes, but do you know what? Between council budget meeting and council budget meeting, you don't come and see a single member of this cabinet about it. Yes, you should have to. No, how does politics work, Councillor? Honestly, Councillor O'Brien, this is just nonsense. If you've got a genuine proposal for how we would do that, bring it to the cabinet member responsible. 6 years of you being a waste of time on that point, Councillor O'Brien, because you just grandstand on it. You bring it up at the budget meeting when there's no chance of doing anything about it, and you've done no work in the 6 years to make the argument to cabinet members who could possibly assist you to get it done. Sorry, Councillor Wood? I am talking to Councillor O'Brien on a point that he raised on this amendment, Councillor Wood, so I am talking to budget. I hope you're happy with my answer. Well, that personally doesn't genuinely, I'm disappointed because I thought the point was clear. Councillor O'Brien spoke on an amendment to the budget. I am allowed to reply to him. This is the leader's reply. And he said it, so I get to respond to it. If you don't like what I'm saying...
Councillor O'Brien, if you wish to make a point of order, I'm more than happy to accept it.
We're 40 minutes over time, Councillor Wood, right? And the whole point of us being 40 minutes over time was to enable the Liberal Democrats to get their amendment through with an open time frame so that nobody felt hurried. Because of the way that the Conservative brought their amendment with 12 people speaking on 12 items, that took time. I'm not critical of it, Councillor Mann. It just took time. It just took time. That is why we ran out of time. But my reply to the amendment will take as long as I deem it necessary to give, because I have that time unless the Mayor instructs me to sit down, at which point I will sit down. In closing, you timed it beautifully, Councillor Wood. In closing, I will, to your delight and joy, mention that... Where did I put this little note? Yes. Councillor Hodgson, when you're talking about failure to raise council tax in years gone by, 2010, we get a coalition government. Osborne's the Chancellor. Excuse me, nothing to do with the Labour Council, because it's the government that tells you what you're doing with your council tax. I wish you'd understand your history.
Point of clarification, just for the leader. I thought they told us what the raised council tax, not the Tories. So if they don't know what they do in their own budget, but the Tories tell them, why are you even here?
Mr Miller.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Now, we get that situation of a coalition government where the Lib Dems sell their souls for a few cabinet positions to prop up a far-right Tory government that's still with us today. And what do we get? We get George Osborne. What happens? George Osborne freezes council tax. Freezes council tax for 5 going on 6 years, when this council, like all councils in England and Wales, could not raise council tax. So it was not our decision, Councillor Hodson. It was the coalition and the Tory government that enforced that and local authorities.
Just a quick point of personal explanation. I didn't say a decade, I said decades. Of course, Labour have been controlling this council for decades. We've had council tax for decades. The point we're making is that that we could have had mild council tax increases over the boom years, perhaps of the Labour government, and perhaps then we wouldn't be in a position of trying to catch up with other local authorities to make our council tax in line with them now. It's a fairly simple point.
No. What hurt us financially in recent times, if you want, honestly, is that freeze on council tax by the coalition government. You caused it, you did it, you denied money to this city.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Just referring to that, Councillor Miller, as I'm sure you probably already know this, the grant that this council was given by the coalition government to freeze council tax over 5 years was optional. You did not have to take it. You could have raised council tax if you wished to. Please don't come here and suggest that you had no choice. You did, and you got a grant for it.
I wholeheartedly disagree with that, Councillor. Right? Well, at the end of the day...
Excuse me, Leader. Councillors, let's get this debate online here. Let the person that's standing speak. If you wish to raise a point of order, I'm more than happy to accept them. I can sit here all night. I'm committed to making sure this meeting comes to a conclusion, because at the end of this meeting, we have a duty to the residents of Sunderland to send out, sadly, their council tax bills. That's what this budget is partly about.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is all smoke and mirrors from the central government, where they're passing the costs of getting things paid for in cities like Sunderland onto the taxpayer through council tax and through adult social care precepts, which the government willfully disregards as its responsibility. Now, at the end of the day, and I'm going to repeat a figure that you all love, this council, since 2010, has had £300 million taken out of its revenue budget, which would pay for an awful lot of potholes and disability travel and green items being tidied up and cleared. £300 million. Even with the uplift in what we got this year, thankfully we got a little bit extra money. So please don't lecture this side of the chamber about how we are delivering services when we've had our budget cut by 50% on our controllable spend in that period. And it's your fault, it's your party's fault that we're in this position. You should be thankful that we've got such a good team of officers delivering effectively the same with less, and a Labour group that understands that we're here to try and ensure that our residents get what they need. But we can't do anything like what we used to be able to do 12 years ago because the money just is not there. And this is just all trickery by you lot, trying to blame the council for government policy on passporting the cost of local services and adult social care onto residents. And if you disagree with that, you're delusional. And I'll leave it there, Mr Mayor.
As before, we will now vote on the amendment.
Happy.
Councillor Blackburn.
Against.
Councillor Butler. Councillor Checker.
She's left.
Okay. Councillor Dodds.
Against.
Councillor Farthing.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Foster. Councillor E. Gibson. Councillor P. Gibson.
Against.
Councillor Heron. Councillor Johnston. K. Johnston. Was that against? Councillor Loughlin. Councillor Laws.
Against.
Councillor N. McKnight. Councillor Mason Gage. Is that against? Yep. Councillor F. Miller. Councillor G. Miller.
Against.
Councillor Price.
Against.
Councillor Roundtree.
Against.
Councillor Samuels.
Against.
Councillor Scanlon.
Against.
Councillor Scott.
Against.
Councillor A. Smith.
Against.
Councillor P. Smith.
Against.
Councillor D. Snowden.
Yes.
Councillor D. E. Councillor Spedding.
He's left.
Okay. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
What?
Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Councillor D. Truman.
Against.
Councillor H. Truman.
Against.
Councillor P. Ty. Councillor M. Walker.
Against.
Councillor P. Walker.
Against.
Councillor J. Warren.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
She's left.
Excuse me a moment. Yes, councillors, did you?
Mine's is not registered if you look on the board.
Councillor F. Miller hasn't registered as a vote against.
Yep. Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Blackett. Councillor Bernacle.
For.
Councillor Dixon. Councillor Donaghy.
For.
Councillor Doyle. Councillor Dunn.
For.
Councillor Greener. Councillor Hartnack.
For.
Councillor Howe. Councillor Johnston. S. Johnson. Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Mann.
For.
Councillor McDonough.
For.
Councillor McKeith. Councillor Mullen. Councillor Peacock.
For.
Councillor Reid. Councillor Wood. P. Wood. Councillor Crosby. Councillor Edgeworth. Councillor Fagan. Councillor Paul Gibson. Councillor Haswell. Councillor Hodson. Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Nicholson's not here. That's right. Oh, Councillor Nicholson, sorry. Councillor O'Brien. And Councillor Wood.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, certainly.
Mr. Mayor, I think it would be imperative that we do have a bell to ring just before the vote, because I'm
We
conscious
mentioned
that
this
some of the
earlier.
members on both sides potentially are still in the building and haven't left. I think it's something important that we need to take up. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
It's 27 for, 34 against. That's 27 for, 34 against with no abstentions.
Right, we have dealt with both amendments. We now have a substantive motion. Do any members wish to speak, comment or ask questions on the substantive motion?
Councillor Mullen.
Councillor Mullen?
Honestly.
That's it. Councillor Mullen?
Oh, excellent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm the only one, so I'll be very quick. I'd like to address some questions that came up through the meeting, through comments on the substantive motion, but first of all to address the leader's comment that there's an open door. There might be an open door, but unfortunately opposition members' cards don't allow us up to your floor, so there is also a closed lift in front of the open door. I was curious about his comment on cuts to the communications budget being a means of stopping the public finding out about the achievements of the Labour group. I'd be grateful if he could clarify what exactly he meant by that multi-million-pound budget being spent to promote the Labour Party. I was curious about Linda Williams' comments that our shopping trolley policy can't be done, and would be grateful for clarification on whether or not members of the Cabinet are aware of the fact that they could have implemented it, because there is legislation that can be adopted by councils in order to deliver that. And finally, on the trade union facility time, I've seen the consequences of trade union facility representation within our council when I've dealt with members of our staff who have come to me because their trade union reps have let them down. I really do not think that it's justifiable to be paying them because they've let down a lot of bullied people. I'm not bothered.
Before I bring the leader in, does the deputy leader wish to speak?
Mr Mayor, given the time pressures, I've got nothing else to add. Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Mullen, I'll meet you in Brew and Bake any time you would like. I'll even buy you a coffee, as long as that's allowed. But please bear in mind, it's a work event, not a party.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader. Believe it or not, that now brings us to a vote on the substantive motion before the Council. And again, this must be a recorded vote, and this is a vote on the budget. Can we have that vote for or against, or of course abstain, as we did before?
Councillor Blackburn.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Dodds.
For.
Councillor Farthing. Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor E. Gibson.
For.
Councillor P. Gibson.
For.
Councillor Heron.
For.
Councillor K. Johnston.
For.
Councillor Loughlin.
For.
Councillor Laws.
For.
Councillor N. McKnight.
For.
Councillor Mason Gage.
For.
Councillor F. Miller.
For.
Councillor G. Miller. Councillor Price. Councillor Roundtree. Councillor Samuels. Councillor Scanlon. Councillor Scott. Councillor A. Smith. Councillor P. Smith. Councillor D. Snowden. Councillor D. E. Snowden. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Thornton. Councillor Truman. D. Truman, sorry. Councillor H. Truman. Councillor P. Tye. Councillor Walker. M. Walker.
For.
Councillor P. Walker. Councillor Warren.
For.
Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Blackett. Councillor Bernacle.
Against.
Councillor Dixon. Councillor Donaghy.
Against.
Councillor Doyle. Councillor Dunn.
Against.
Councillor Greener. Councillor Hartnack.
Against.
Councillor Howe. Councillor S. Johnston. Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Mann. Councillor McDonough. Councillor McKeith.
Against.
Councillor Mullen. Councillor Peacock. Councillor Reid. Councillor P. Wood. Councillor Crosby.
Against.
Councillor Edgeworth. Councillor Fagan. Councillor P. Gibson. Councillor Haswell. Councillor Hodson. Councillor Morrissey. Councillor O'Brien. and Councillor Wood. Three, 4, 28 against. Okay. 33 for, 28 against, no abstentions. Thanks.
I declare the motion carried. We move on to the report of the Ordnance and Governance Committee. Can I call upon the Cabinet Secretary to move the Ordnance and the Audit and Governance Committee report, please?
Move the report, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Neil McKnight, do you second the report?
I second the report, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Cabinet Secretary, do you wish to speak to the report?
I did have a 10-page speech, Mr. Mayor, but I'll leave it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McKnight, you did reserve the right. Do you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any members wish to speak on the report? Councillor there.
Councillor Gibson.
I think it's Councillor Gibson.
Councillor Gibson, Paul Gibson.
Are there any more? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The thing which stands out in this report is the sheer common sense of the recommendations. It's something I'd really commend to the Council to adopt. The alternatives are we stay at present and appoint our own auditor, or alternatively we get together with neighbouring councils, or we go for the national scheme. In the case of getting together with neighbouring councils, it'll be a long, protracted process of negotiation, another tier of bureaucracy. It wouldn't really make sense unless we had some sort of regional government type arrangement. The national scheme of things, well, it frees up resources, which the council, as we know, is strapped of. It removes an unnecessary tier of bureaucracy, and above all else, there's a much wider choice of audit firms we can choose from. Locally, I believe, are about 8 or 9 such firms, and the numbers are shrinking all the time. Small jobbing accountants are going out of business. Again, another advantage to the scheme is not just a cost saving, but it's effectively a company limited by guarantee, not for profit. So any surplus is returned to the members, i.e. the councils. So that's very, very beneficial. The process is entirely independent, which can give members of the public, shall we say, greater confidence in approaching an auditor. Not that I'm casting any aspersions on local auditors past or present. I'm just saying it would add to the process, and would save an awful lot of time. So, on those grounds, I would commend this report to the Council. It's just sheer common sense, as I see it. I can't really see any real arguments against it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Cabinet Secretary in response
I would just
to
make
that.
the point, Mr. Mayor, that it's always nice that we get something right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do you accept the report of the Audit and Governance Committee? Can I thank everyone tonight for being here, for being a very good meeting, very good debate. Stay safe. Safe journey home.